The entire dragon's den could not hold on any longer under the strike of the dynasty bell. It exploded one after another and was about to collapse. The mass of natural water energy appeared in Xianxia's hand, and he slapped it into the surrounding rock formations. A light blue light spread out in all directions, sticking all the rocks that had started to collapse together like paste. The rock layer actually stopped collapsing, and it became extremely quiet all of a sudden. Xianxia was also afraid of attracting the dragon guards. After he stabilized the rock layer with the water element of heaven and earth, he flashed toward Yang Yuanshu. The cold sword of ice and frost drew out a cold glint as it stabbed towards Yang Yuanshu. Swish! The gray robe was directly cut into pieces by the sword, shooting out. There was no one under the robe, just an empty robe. He did not know what material the gray robe was made of, but it was very good at deceiving. Coupled with Yang Yuanshu's extraordinary strength, he had managed to deceive Xianxia. Humph! A cold voice came from behind. I've underestimated you. Xianxia held the hilt of the sword and turned around indifferently. He saw Yang Yuanshu coldly staring at him from a distance. 3 coffins were erected in front of him, and they exuded a strange and sinister aura. Even if the dragon guards come today, you must die. Pa! The 3 coffins exploded in an instant, and a powerful aura rushed out toward Xianxia. Xianxia frowned and said coldly, Qiu Mujia's corpse refining technique. He stared at the 3 dead bodies and his expression suddenly changed. He said in shock, the one on the left is Ying Luo, and the Lord is Ying Luo. Xianxia's face turned pale in an instant as he cried out in shock and anger, Damn it! You actually stole the holy garden. An inexplicable anger gushed out of Xianxia's body, and a powerful force burst out of his fists. The intense anger caused the space to become blurry. The so-called Holy Garden was the resting place for the experts of the Holy Realm. It was similar to the Rain Land of the Dragon Clan, a place of supreme holiness. They had entered the Rain Land by themselves. After all, it wasn't their race's holy land, so it didn't matter. However, the people buried in the Holy Garden were all peerless powerhouses with great prestige among the human race. And one of the 3 bodies was someone Yunxiao Nuguanyan, who had once been the secretary of the Sacred Division. Your background is indeed not simple. Yang Yuanshu was also secretly shocked. He naturally knew the origins of these 3 corpses, but for the other party to be able to recognize them, it was far from simple. If the other party managed to escape and this matter was spread out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Die! Yang Yuanshu shouted and started blowing his flute, producing an illusionary sound. The 3 corpses seemed to have opened their empty and lifeless eyes. They suddenly rose from the ground and attacked Xianxia. A sword ray was formed in Guanyan's hand, and the sharp sword chi was like starlight as it sprinkled down. It was his ultimate skill when he was still alive. The other 2 also combined their fists and swords, each displaying a powerful, unique skill. One man's fist intent was so powerful that it shook the entire world. One person's sword chi was like a rainbow, breaking through the clouds. Under the joint attack of the 3 attacks, the pressure from the sky and the earth surged, and the surrounding rock layers, which were shackled by the natural water element, kept cracking and shattering. Yunxiao's face turned extremely unsightly. This was by no means a simple corpse refining technique, but an awakening of the consciousness hidden in the mind of the deceased. Although he had no self-consciousness, he could still use the ultimate skill of peaceful life. That lunatic! As expected, he should be killed. A cold gleam flashed in Yunxiao's eyes as he summoned his 3-headed and 6-armed Transcendence golden body, each holding a weapon, and rushed toward the 3 men. What kind of divine ability is this? Yang Yuanshu was dumbfounded. He had never even heard of such a technique, let alone seen one. Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with both hands in front of him, and thunder flickered all over his body. A huge field energy spread out, and a ring of thunder stars appeared in the sky. The power of the electric field also discharged the surrounding rock formations. The entire dragon's cave was filled with flashing lightning, and magnetic phenomena were produced everywhere, like a sea of lightning. It was a soul-shaking scene that sent a chill down Yang Yuanshu's spine. His eyes filled with bewilderment. Holding the hammer in one hand, Yunxiao suddenly smashed it into the sky. The lightning star ring burst with a strong light, and an electric net appeared with a schwa 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 sound, letting out a pai-pa sound as it rushed toward the three people's joint attack. Boom! The combined power of the three of them fell on the thunder star ring, directly suppressing the electric net that filled the sky, and all the lightning instantly disappeared by more than half. Shocked, Yunxiao raised the hammer, and golden Maha ancient characters emerged on it as he slammed it down. Boom, boom, boom! A bolt of lightning shot into the ring of stars, and the lightning grew stronger, but it still didn't stop its rapid shrinking. Bang! When the star ring shrank to a certain size, it exploded on its own and turned into three thunder dragons. They roared and rushed into the sky, blasting toward the three of them. The three of them were expressionless and looked indifferent. They changed their fists to palms and gently patted, dispersing the power of the thunder dragon. Yunxiao's face was solemn. Although the three of them were dead, with the resurrection of their subconscious, they had stimulated most of their previous cultivation base. If they joined forces, they might already have the strength of 9 stars martial sovereigns. Whoosh! 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 After the three of them dispersed the lightning dragon, they charged down again. Killing intent flickered in Yunxiao's eyes. With a flash between his eyebrows, the divine realm tablet burst out of his body, and the whole tomb became bright and dazzling. Yang Yuanshu endured the piercing light and forced his eyes wide open, staring at the grand monument in shock. As an alchemist, he immediately sensed that the monument was extraordinary, and he was shocked to see a mighty power that he had never seen before. Yunxiao kept performing incantation gestures with both hands and sent them into the steel. A vast power spread out and bound the three experts in an instant. The three corpses resisted for a while, then stopped, and their faces returned to a dead look. Greatly alarmed, Yang Yuanshu changed the tune of his flute. It seemed soft yet firm at the same time, and the sound waves swirled and rippled, layer by layer. However, no matter how the sound of the flute changed, it could not rush into the power of the world around the divine realm tablet. It lost control of the three corpses. A chill ran down Yang Yuanshu's spine as he desperately played his flute, but the corpse remained unmoved. Is this all Chiu Mujia's alchemy skills can do? As long as the sound wave is cut off, you'll be completely useless. He grabbed the three corpses with one hand, trying to put them into the divine realm tablet. Suddenly, the eyes of the one in the middle widened as a fist beam rose into the air and shot toward Yunxiao. What? Taken aback, Yunxiao hurriedly changed his form into a palm and gathered all the power of wind and cloud to collide with the fist. Boom! Yunxiao's body flickered with a golden light, and his qi and blood were in turmoil as he was forced to retreat in the air. The corpses on both sides of the man suddenly attacked as well. 2 sword beams rose up and shot toward Yunxiao, tearing the sky and earth apart. The 2 swords were too fast and powerful, and they stabbed Yunxiao in an instant. Lightning transformation. Yunxiao's body suddenly turned illusionary, allowing the sword qi to pass through it. But even so, the extremely strong sword will and emperor qi blasted into his body directly. He flashed in the air and escaped dozens of meters away. He stepped on the divine realm tablet directly and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and the light on the divine realm tablet faded away and sank into the ground with a loud bang. His face turned pale and fierce as he said coldly, "Brat, you're quite the schemer." The other party's desperate blow on the flute and the act of losing control were all to lure him into a trap. He didn't expect that he, who had always been extremely scheming, would actually be plotted against once. Yang Yuanshu was also extremely shocked. He had originally thought that this sneak attack would be enough to kill this person, or at the very least cripple him, but in the end, he had only been slightly injured. His face darkened and he snorted sarcastically, "How can a frog at the bottom of a well like you understand the power of my master's alchemy skills? These 2 sword moves will be the lesson fee. Remember not to be so arrogant in the future." Yunxiao was speechless. He did not expect to be taught a lesson by Qiu Mujie's disciple, and then rendered speechless. It was indeed his arrogance that had caused the injury. He nodded and said, "I won't. Next, I'll definitely cripple you first before talking about anything else." With a flash of light on the Divine Realm tablet, the calabash little King Kong flew out and roared at the three corpses. Kicked a few steps in the air and punched down with a roar. "What a joke! I already know your strength. Let's see who will be crippled." Yang Yuanshu formed an incantation gesture with one hand and closed his eyes. These corpses had been refined to an extremely high level and could be controlled with one's mind. They were completely similar to puppets, but much more powerful. Guan Yan's corpse suddenly transformed into a long sword and cut at the fist of the gored little King Kong. Although the corpse was an inanimate object, it was displaying its ultimate skill. The powerful rules of sword and Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens fell at the same time, cutting the fist wind of the gored little Vajra. Bang! The ice fiend heart flame on gored little Vajra's fist wind was directly shattered by the sword Qi. The powerful power of the heart flame exploded and blasted in all directions. Bang! Bang! Guan Yan's corpse was hit by the remnant star fire of heart flame, and two explosive sounds came from his body, forcing him to retreat. The corpse was set ablaze by the two heart flames, and it began to burn with a whoosh. However, there was no expression on his face, nor did he know pain or retreat. He continued to take a step forward and condensed his sword. The gored little King Kong also didn't know pain or fear. It roared and rushed forward. The two of them fought with a sword and a fist, and their moves were extremely fierce. Shock flashed through Yang Yuanshu's eyes. Although the flames were small, they gave him an extreme sense of fear. Moreover, the flames on Guan Yan's body were growing stronger and stronger. If this continued, this corpse would be crippled. He hurriedly changed his hand seals to control Guan Yan. These were the corpses of experts that had been stolen at great risk, and they could not be used immediately after being stolen. They had to be refined like artifact refining, and one had to use their own mind to refine them. Each one of them required a great deal of effort. Ning Qiue had destroyed so much of it on the Purple Cloud Peak, which made him realize that quality was better than quantity. If he controlled too many corpses at once, he would not be able to fully exert the power of each corpse. It would be better to focus on cultivating a few. He had carefully selected these three corpses from the latest batch that had been transported here. He had only refined them halfway before he had hurriedly sent them out to carry out the mission. Otherwise, if he had refined them to the great completion, he would have killed them long ago. Furious, Yang Yuanshu changed his hand seal. An extremely sinister rotting aura suddenly burst out from Guan Yan's corpse. The parts of his body that had been lit up by the heart flame fell off and were burned to ashes in the air. There were a few terrifying large holes on the corpse's body, but it did not affect Guan Yan's courage and fierceness at all. He directly suppressed the gored little King Kong, and each sword cut it more than 10 meters away. Yang Yuanshu's gaze was fixed on the gored little King Kong, as if he was extremely puzzled by the material used to make this puppet. Logically speaking, it should have been destroyed long ago after being chopped up like this. However, after careful observation, he realized that each sword strike only caused minor injuries to the other party's body. A small dent appeared on the smooth body, and in the blink of an eye, it recovered. Memory origin gold. Yang Yuanshu's expression darkened. He didn't know what the other materials were, but at the very least, they contained such a wondrous effect. Although the strength of the calabash little King Kong was limited, when would he reach the end if he kept fighting like this? On the other side, when Guan Yan's corpse made its move, two other corpses also appeared. He threw a punch and a sword at Yunxiao from both sides. Yunxiao took a deep breath, and 15 Northern Heaven Cold Star swords burst out of his body and formed a sword array in the air, surrounding the two corpses in an instant. The sharp ocean of sword chi spread out, and countless sword rules flashed in the sword picture like a sword cage. Countless sword will shuttled back and forth, turning into the power of 10,000 swords, slashing toward the two corpses. Yang Yuanshu's heart trembled as he watched. From the moment this person had attacked until now, Every single one of his moves had been heaven-shaking mystical powers and frightening profound-level weapons. Moreover, Yunxiao's identity, which allowed him to appear in a place like this, to see through his master at a glance, and to point out their extremely secret ally, Wei Qing, made him feel a chill in his heart, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger than ever. Qiu Mujie didn't die, formed an alliance with Wei Qing, stole the corpses of the Holy Lands, and sneaked into the rain to steal their bones. If any of these things were to be spread out, it would definitely lead to a great disaster. He had to kill this person no matter what. With a thought, the power of the two corpses continued to increase. One of them clenched his fist, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from the tip of his fist. It was as if the moon in the water had been blown away by the power of the fist. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he stared at the man's fist with a solemn look. World-shaking fist. With a loud roar, the man's fist power rumbled out, shaking the entire universe. The 15 northern heavens cold star swords all let out a buzzing sound as they trembled, showing signs of being unable to hold on any longer. Moreover, the 15 swords were all refined by Yunxiao's mind, so they were shaken by the great force and backfired one by one, which made Yunxiao's face pale and aggravated his previous internal injuries. He forcefully suppressed his internal injuries and changed his hand seal. The divine boundary steel under his feet flew up with a loud bang, emitting the power of the world and pressing toward the sword formation. At the same time, Yunxiao gritted his teeth and shot out 3 more northern heaven cold star swords from between his brows. He entered the formation. The power of the 18-sword array was suddenly strengthened. A huge million-sword picture formed above the 18-sword array and turned into a huge sword, which also slashed down from the sky. The power of the world of the divine realm tablet and the sword power of the million-sword illustration suppressed the power of the fist as soon as they appeared. Like a storm of mincing meat, they went for the 2 corpses in the sword formation. Yang Yuanshu was greatly shocked and hurriedly strengthened his spiritual sense, stimulating the endless potential of the 2 corpses. Boom! Boom! The sound of the ocean came from the 2 bodies, and 2 extremely powerful auras seemed to come from the sky. The shriveled skin on the surface of the corpse actually began to be filled with blood, gradually regaining vitality. Even the ashen face had an additional trace of blood. Yang Yuanshu's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with anger. This was the final trump card of the corpse refining technique, the final radiance. It could return the corpse's power to the maximum extent at the cost of sacrificing the corpse's potential. After using this move, the 2 corpses could only give up, because no matter how much they refined their power, it would not improve any further. World-shaking fist. 8 directions sword engulfing. An extremely strong force erupted from the 2 peerless experts. Their fists and swords clashed, directly blasting away the restraints of the sword formation. The vast power shook in all directions, annihilating the million-sword illustration and the divine realm tablet. Boom, boom, boom. Tomb? The earth trembled and the mountains shook. Yunxiao was also devoured by the impact, and the huge energy blasted the ground open and shot into the sky. Not good. Yang Yuanshu was taken aback. He had been so focused on killing Yunxiao that he had forgotten the danger of this place. He immediately changed his hand seal and recalled the 3 corpses. Then he disappeared on the spot. Just as the power of the fist and sword broke through the ground, boundless anger and monstrous dragon might came from the distance. Several rays of light arrived in an instant and landed one after another, looking around in shock and anger. The originally flat ground was now directly exposed, forming a huge pit. There were all kinds of battle marks inside, and the ground had been turned into dust, but there was no one inside. The dragon guards' expressions were extremely ugly, and their eyes burned with rage. The leader's eyes flickered with a demonic green light, like a burning flame. He said angrily, "Investigate." Yes. The people behind him instantly scattered in all directions. It had only been a few breaths of time since they had appeared, so the sneaky people couldn't have gotten too far. There were only 2 people left standing in front of the deep pit, staring down without a word, as if looking for clues. The leader's face was almost dripping with water as he said in a cold voice, "Something that has not happened for tens of thousands of years has actually happened in my hands. No matter who they are or which force they belong to, they must be killed. From the time Rainland was first built until now, it had indeed encountered many invasions, but in the long river of history, it only happened once every tens of thousands of years." A green-robed woman behind him said with a serious expression. Previously, there was a situation in the Myriad Rain waterfall. After Guangxuan went to investigate, he never returned. The leader's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The woman trembled in fear under his fury. She knelt down on one knee and said in a panic, "Dragonhead, please calm down. The rainy land has been safe for tens of thousands of years, and everyone has lost their vigilance. I thought that Guangxuan had just taken a long time to deal with it and had not returned after waiting for a long time. Just as I was suspicious and wanted to investigate further, a situation occurred here. You will be given a first-class demerit for this matter. You will be dealt with after the matter is settled." The dragonhead said coldly. "Yes." The woman shivered and didn't dare to say anything more. After a while, the scattered dragon guards gathered back, all of them wearing gloomy and grave expressions. "What's going on?" The dragonhead was furious. "You didn't find anything?" Everyone lowered their heads in shame. Under the dragon's breath, no matter how well they hide, they can still be sensed. "These two are definitely not simple," one of them said. "Bullshit," the dragon head angrily shouted. "Do I need you to say this? How could someone who could sneak into the Rainland be an ordinary person? Guangquan, this tomb? Which ancestor is buried here? They are the 3 golden dragon ancestors who dominated the 4 seas 70,000 years ago," the green-robed woman said. "It's them." The dragon head's face darkened and said, "The sneaky person must be here for the golden bones." It's just that Ing Luo, his eyes were unusually cold as he swept his gaze over everyone. He said in a cold voice, "But I'm very curious. How did that person know that the 3 ancestors were buried here? There are tens of thousands of dragon tombs here, and even I can't understand all of them. How did an outsider know about it?" Everyone was shocked, and a bad thought spread in their hearts. "Dragonhead, are you saying that there's a traitor in the Dragon Guards?" Guangquan was also shocked. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They had also thought of this possibility, and their faces all revealed extreme anger. One had to know that the dragon race was an extremely proud race, and the Dragon Guards had a great sense of honor. The dragon head glared at everyone coldly. "I hope that's not the case. Otherwise, I will skin that person alive and extract his soul to refine pills." Everyone's bodies trembled as they shouted, "Just as you say, Dragonhead, the current situation is extremely strange," Guang Yan said. "If that person had sneaked in, he could have just taken the golden bones. Why did he make such a big move? It's obvious that there were 2 people fighting here, and they were both extremely powerful. Could it be that Guangxuan discovered that person and started fighting?" One of them asked. The dragon head shook its head and said, "It's not Guangxuan's aura. It must be someone from another race. It looks like there's more than one intruder. A conflict must have occurred down there, and that's why we're alerted." He looked around and said coldly, "I'm sure that those 2 haven't left yet, but have used some extremely brilliant technique to hide themselves. Humph. Everyone spread out and kill anyone who makes a move. Guangquan, activate the heaven observation mirror and use the mirror's light to illuminate this area. I want to see how they can hide." "Yes," Guangquan replied and immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared in the void inside the space-breaking shuttle. Yunxiao's face was pale, and the corners of his mouth were covered in blood. Under the power of the fists and swords of the 2 corpses, his attack and defense were completely disintegrated, and his body collapsed. Fortunately, his physical body was extremely strong and had absorbed a large amount of attack power. His physical body was constantly repairing itself, which stabilized his injuries. The space-breaking shuttle could hide in the void for a long time, but he didn't know what the heaven observation mirror was or whether it could detect his traces. If he couldn't escape the heaven observation mirror, he would be in deep trouble. The dragon guards would definitely tear him to pieces. Not to mention that these were all 9-star martial emperors. The aura emitted from the dragon head made him feel suffocated. He was afraid that even if he escaped into the divine realm tablet, he would cross the boundary and chase after him. His gaze pierced through the layers of space in an attempt to find Yang Yuanshu. Yunxiao cast an eye technique and looked around, but he could not find Yang Yuanshu at all. He was certain that Yang Yuanshu was also nearby, but he had no idea how he had hidden himself. The gray robe he had been wearing was extremely strange, but it had been destroyed by his sword strike, so there must have been some other method. Suddenly, his mind trembled as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. His scalp instantly turned numb as if thousands of ants were biting him. He immediately smelled the danger of death. Boom! As expected, a mighty force passed through the void and pressed down on him. Yunxiao was shocked. The dragon head had made a move, and it had accurately judged his position. Humph! You're really bold. To actually dare to peep. The dragon head laughed coldly. It had sensed that someone was peeking in the dark, so it immediately sent out a killing move, shattering the layers of space. Bang! A black hole was created in the sky by his move, and a streak of dark red blood appeared in the air. It was a shocking sight, but the figure was nowhere to be seen. What? The dragon head's face turned cold. He was shocked, staring at the black hole in the void. The killing intent in his eyes became thicker. There's someone here. The rest of the dragon guards were also shocked, but under the perception of the dragon breath, there was still nothing. He actually escaped from the dragon head? One of them said in shock. The dragon head was also extremely shocked. Just now, an invisible force appeared and actually allowed that person to escape, and there was no trace of him. His face was also very ugly as he said coldly to the sky, "Hide, hide as much as you can. I'll see how long you can hide." All the dragon guards became even more cautious, working together to seal off the surrounding space. Inside the shuttle, Yunxiao had completely restrained all his aura, but his body was gradually collapsing and he was coughing up blood. At the critical moment just now, he had directly used the moon pupil skill to wipe out most of the power of the other party's killing move. At the same time, he had shifted the space-breaking shuttle in the void, thus avoiding the disaster. However, the dragon head technique was unusually brutal, and a portion of it still managed to enter his body, tearing apart all of his old injuries and causing them to explode. He had almost completely lost his combat power. If the heaven observation mirror could find his coordinates, he would die without a doubt. "Yifan, in this situation, can you break through the air and leave?" Yunxiao asked with a voice transmission. Yifan also knew the situation outside through his senses. He frowned. "We should be able to fly away, but Noah's ship is too powerful. Once we use it, that person will definitely notice. We don't have enough time." Yunxiao was very depressed. He also understood the situation Yifan was talking about. He had only peeked with the moon pupil, and his trace had been caught by the other party, let alone using a powerful profound-level artifact like Noah's ship. He would probably be crushed into pieces in an instant. If he had not sensed death in advance, even the divine skill would not have been able to save him. The power of this dragon head was even above Guangxian's. He could only leave it to fate and pray that the heaven observation mirror would not reflect him. Yunxiao knew that it was useless to think too much about it, so he did not dare to use the moon pupil to peep, but focused on regulating his breathing. A moment later, a ray of morning light appeared in the gloomy sky, and the clouds parted. A ray of sunlight shone down, and the mountains and rivers appeared under the light, slowly glowing. Yunxiao's face flickered, and an ominous feeling welled up in his heart. The heaven observation mirror was so powerful that it could directly reflect everything within the 5 elements, and there was no way it could escape. The light finally dispelled the darkness and illuminated the entire land. In the auspicious clouds in the sky, a precious mirror seemed to be vaguely visible. It was surrounded by flowing colors and was as dazzling as the sun. The entire hilly land was peaceful under the mirror light. Everything was quiet, and not a single sound could be heard. The dragon head and the other dragon guards paled in shock. One of them said in shock, "We can't even let them reveal themselves under the heaven observation mirror? This buy-in." The dragon head's expression was also extremely unsightly. It didn't dare to believe it at all, and it just stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. In the void, Xianxia breathed a heavy sigh of relief. At the moment, he was shrouded in a haze and a layer of water vapor. The heaven observation mirror's light shone down and was reflected by the heaven-earth-water element. From the outside, it looked like he was going straight through the light, but in fact, there were many small prisms floating around him, reflecting the light that shone in. From the outside, it looked like he was going straight through the light. All the dragon guards were dumbstruck, not knowing what to do. After a while, Guangquan also flew down and was similarly shocked. "There's no one in the heaven observation mirror." Her face was even uglier than the dragon guards, as she sternly said, "The heaven observation mirror can reflect everything in the 5 elements. There are only 2 possibilities if those people have not been discovered. One is that the mirror light did not shine on them at all. The second possibility is that the person is already under the heaven observation mirror or even exposed in front of us, but we just turn a blind eye to it." Turn a blind eye to it. The dragon guards all frowned in confusion. Xianxia also narrowed his eyes and began to think about where Yang Yuanshu was hiding. His body-hiding technique was only able to reflect the mirror light because he used the water element in the world to condense it into a prism. If it was ordinary water, the mirror light would have been penetrated. Thus, it was impossible for Yang Yuanshu to be like him, so he must have some other wondrous method. He thought for a while, but to no avail, so he was too lazy to think about it anymore and closed his eyes to rest. As long as his injuries could be fully recovered, there was still hope for him to escape. Guangquan suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh right, Lord Dragon Head, I've just checked Guangquan's life token, and even though the flame of life is weak, it's still burning vigorously, proving that Lord Guangquan is fine and should be under the other party's control." The dragon head looked up at the sky and slowly said, "The strength of the person who sneaked in this time is unpredictable. It's very likely that he used a powerful secret technique or profound artifact to hide his traces and sealed this place with the Xuanxiang Absolute Kill formation. Split into 2 groups of 5 and take turns to guard this place. We can't let them escape." "Yes!" The dragon guards shouted in unison, their faces burning with anger. This matter was definitely a disgrace to them as dragon guards, and they all yearned to capture this invader and tear his soul and shatter his bones. The dragon head didn't stay any longer after issuing its instructions, and it disappeared on the spot in a flash. Guangquan and the dragon guards began to consider their options. Very quickly, they divided the 10 strongest people into 2 groups. After leaving behind one group, the rest of the people left. Xianxia carefully observed for a moment. Without the dragon head's amazing strength, he carefully activated his eye technique and pretended that no one noticed him. One of the 5 people who stayed behind was a mid-stage 9-star martial emperor. The other 4 people were similar to Guangquan. They sat cross-legged quietly around them and formed the 5 elements force, sealing the surrounding space. Very quickly, Guangquan and the 3 experts returned again. They brought some profound-level weapons for setting up formations and left after setting up a killing formation. The Xuanxiang killing array was filled with a murderous aura, and it was a rare ominous array. Xianxia frowned when he saw it. However, he was seriously injured at the moment and was not in a hurry. Without the illumination of the heaven-observing mirror, he only needed the space-breaking shuttle to hide his traces. Everything could wait until his injuries recovered. But where was Yang Yuanshu hiding? This piqued his curiosity. If he wanted to leave this place safely, he would have to use Yang Yuanshu to break through the situation. However, not only was Yang Yuanshu extremely powerful, he was also extremely intelligent, so he would not be so easy to use. Xianxia quietly hovered in the space-breaking shuttle to recover, while a stream of divine sense manifested in the Divine Realm Monument and appeared beside Guangquan. At this time, Guangquan had already recovered from most of his injuries. After thinking about it, he more or less understood his situation. Yunxiao's appearance made him tremble, and he said in shock and anger, "Who the hell are you? How dare you have designs on the first dragon ancestor and the dragon-shaking hammer? I advise you to stop as soon as possible, or you'll die without a doubt." At this moment, he no longer had the confidence he had before and began to threaten. "I've been discovered by your boss," Xianxia said with a wry smile. "I've been discovered." He briefly explained the situation outside and stared at Guangquan, watching for any changes in his expression. Guangquan was stunned at first. Then he was overjoyed. "Ha ha! You're dead for sure. Ha ha ha." Yunxiao's eyes flickered with coldness as he said, "If I'm going to die, do you think I'll let you live?" Guangquan's body trembled and he suddenly became alert. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't think that I'm a soft persimmon that you can pinch as you please just because I'm trapped here." A sharp light was raised in his hand and turned into a black axe, ready to fight at any time. Yunxiao shook his head helplessly. The space around him twisted slightly, and a beam of light gradually condensed into a figure, from which Yuan Gaohan walked out. "I already know the matter, we can begin," Yuan Gaohan said calmly. Guangquan was extremely vigilant and shouted sternly, "What do you want to do?" Killing intent surged from the battle axe as a powerful force exploded from his body. The might of the Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens spread out. Yunxiao shrugged and said helplessly, "I originally wanted to ask you for help, but it seems that it's impossible. So, I plan to seal your divine sense with Brother Gaohan and refine you into a walking corpse for me to use. With another 9 stars martial emperor's puppet, I'll still have a high chance of escaping." "Don't you dare!" Guangquan roared in anger. However, his words were obviously ineffective against the two of them. Yuan Gaohan said coldly, "Don't waste his divine sense. The Rainland is a wondrous place. You and I will search his soul together and get first-hand information." Yunxiao nodded and said, "Yes, if he really has the body of the first dragon, I'd really like to see it. Brother Gaohan, please wait for a moment. I will first cripple his will. This way, it will be easier to search his soul and refine his body." Guangquan was taken aback. He immediately raised his battle axe vigilantly and backed off hundreds of meters, as if he was extremely afraid of Yunxiao. Yunxiao sneered and stepped forward. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. "Let me try. I've just made some progress and was looking for someone to practice with." There was a hint of surprise in Yunxiao's eyes, but then he smiled and said, "You've broken through as well, so we'll have more confidence in leaving." With a thought, Yunxiao summoned the person who had sent the voice transmission over from a distance. It was none other than the guest. There were still no elemental energy fluctuations on the guest's bodies. They were in a completely restrained state. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and a smile appeared on his face. "This divine realm tablet is really a good place. The resources here are even more than those in the East Sea. I've finally broken through the barrier." Yunxiao's face darkened as he snorted and said, "The resources of a world are all for you to enjoy. Plus, you've gained a lot from the battle at Xiankong Island. Also, with your supreme divine body, if you don't break through now, you can't have fun together anymore." "Don't make it sound so sad," the guest said with a smile. "Cripple him quickly and buy us some time," Yunxiao said. "I'm afraid things will change. Everything is out of my control now." The guest laughed out loud as golden light burst out from his body. As he clenched his fists, a terrifying aura burst out, causing the air to explode in all directions. Crisscrossing golden lines appeared on his body, forming a circular formation. They overlapped and revolved around each other, layer by layer interlocking, constantly increasing the power of his physical body. Boom! A mighty force burst out of the guest's body, and his aura rushed to the level of a 9 stars martial emperor. Yunxiao looked at it carefully. It was completely the power of the fleshly body that had pushed his cultivation base to 9 stars. The 5 sources of power revolved around the bodies of the officials, emitting a terrifying aura. "Peepa!" The guest clenched his fingers and laughed hideously. His entire body instantly shot out and he threw a punch. Guangquan remained silent and stared at him vigilantly. He snorted coldly and said, "He has just broken through to 9 star. He doesn't know what's good for him. He raised his battle axe and chopped down with a loud shout. The axe radiance cut through the sky and directly split the space. A black crack appeared and tore towards the minister. Bang! The fist power of the minister directly shattered the black crack, turning it into countless cracks. He took a step forward in the air and punched out with both fists again. Guang Quan's expression changed. He unsealed his battle axe, and its size increased by several times. He held it horizontally in front of his body to meet the two fists. Bang! The fist power landed on the axe, and countless golden threads shot out from the officials. It shot into the sky and formed a formation above, which was full of strange phenomena. A blazing sun emerged from the array diagram. The bodies of the guests were like the blazing sun, reflecting the blazing sun and emitting an extremely strong yang qi. His fists were red from the heat, and the axe began to emit white smoke. Guang Quan was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Humph! An extremely powerful dragon breath suddenly spewed out from his nostrils. His entire person instantly transformed into a dragon, and the power of the battle axe pushed back both fists. Gradually, a dragon's shadow appeared in the sky, competing with the blazing sun. Quafu chasing the sun, coiling dragon and crouching tiger. The two of them shouted at the same time, and the aura on their bodies suddenly rose. The scorching sun and the dragon shadow also began to erode and devour each other. Two extreme forces shot out in all directions with the two of them as the center, causing the sky to shatter continuously. Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan were watching the battle not far away. The countless terrifying forces passed through them directly, unable to hurt them at all. A divine body against the 9-star dragon tribe? Yuan Gaohan's expression changed. Who do you think will win, Brother Gaohan? Yunxiao laughed. The 9-star divine body and the 9-star dragon tribe have a natural advantage over ordinary martial artists. It's hard to say whether they're superior or inferior, Yuan Gaohan said after staring at them for a while. He paused and added, this should depend on the strength of the two people's cultivation. Even if they are beginner 9-star, there is a huge gap. Secondly, it depends on the level of the Dragon Clan's bloodline, and how strong the power of his bloodline is. Brother Gaohan is right, Yunxiao said. I don't think they'll be able to determine a winner for a while. Guangquan's bloodline power is extremely strong, and I'm afraid he has been a 9-star martial sovereign for a long time. His control over the 9-star rule force is far stronger than that of the guests and ministers. But that guest has an ultimate divine body. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a cold light as he said, if he opens all 8 gates and sanctifies his body, he'll be the next Ao Chongkong. Sanctified body? Yuan Gaohan smiled and said, there have been many divine bodies since ancient times, but only a few have achieved great success. For those who cultivate their physical bodies, every step they take in the later stages is 100 times more difficult than that of martial arts cultivators. It's a treacherous path. Oh, Yunxiao asked. Brother Gaohan seems to be quite knowledgeable. Yuan Gaohan's expression changed slightly, a trace of vigilance flashing across his face as he snorted and said, Brother Yunxiao, are you trying to get information out of me again? Yunxiao laughed and said, you and I appreciate each other, so we can talk about everything. What's there to talk about? It's really hurtful. Yuan Gaohan's face sank and he snorted, talk about feelings? When you let me leave and merge my two souls, I'll personally come and talk to you about my feelings. There will be such a day, Yunxiao said. But you must let me return to the continent safely, right? If I die this time, I'm afraid that even Brother Gaohan will find it difficult to stay out of this. Yuan Gaohan's face twitched and he said in dissatisfaction, with your personality, you'll die one day. How about I ask Lord Gongyang for help now? As long as we can convince Zhuo Qingfan to make a trip, we should be able to bring you out of here safely. Do you think that Zhuo Qingfan is reliable? In addition, if the Eastern Sea discovers that a Saint Realm power has infiltrated the Rainland, the war between the two races will never end. He stared at Yuan Gaohan for a while and slowly said, there's something even more interesting. I'm wondering if I should tell Brother Gaohan. Your mouth is on Brother Yunxiao's face, Yuan Gaohan snorted. Do you know why I was discovered by the dragon guards? Yun Xiao asked. Yuan Gaohan's face was indifferent, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly unconcerned, as if he didn't care whether he listened or not. Yun Xiao smiled and waved his hand. Yang Yuanshu's image immediately appeared in the void. Brother Gaohan, do you know this man? Yuan Gaohan stared at the man for a while and said, I don't. In that case, Brother Gaohan, keep watching, Yun Xiao said. I'll leave it to you. With a single thought, Yang Yuanshu's image began to move, and the scene in the dragon graveyard began to replay itself. Not far away, the officials in Guangxuan were engaged in a fierce battle, using all kinds of extreme moves to kill each other. The earth split apart for 1,000 miles, but the two of them did not seem to notice and only stared at Yang Yuanshu's image. Soon, the scene suddenly slowed down, as if the speed was deliberately controlled. 3 exquisitely painted red coffins immediately appeared in front of Yang Yuanshu. Yuan Gaohan's body trembled, his eyes suddenly bursting with light as he exclaimed in horror, This is a Kasaya. Brother Gaohan, Yun Xiao laughed. Aren't you napping from watching? Why are you so energetic all of a sudden? Yuan Gaohan ignored Yun Xiao's sarcasm, and the light in his eyes gradually turned into boundless coldness. Don't keep me in suspense. Lower your speed. His eyes stared at the coffin in the image without blinking, but the cold air became even colder, and his hands clenched the iron. Yun Xiao could see the fluctuation in his heart. It seemed that Yuan Gaohan had recognized the origin of the 3 coffins. If it was him, he would also have this expression and demeanor. The video continued to play. The 3 coffins split open, revealing the faces of Guan Yen and the other 2. Ah! Yuan Gaohan roared in shock and anger. Who is it? Who is this person? His face was so ferocious that it was terrifying, and his whole body was trembling violently. When the 3 corpses began to attack Yun Xiao with their unique skills, Yuan Gaohan's face turned even paler. With a wave of his hand, Yun Xiao erased the image and said with a chuckle, Brother Gaohan, you're already so old. What haven't you seen? Why are you so angry? Yuan Gaohan's face was gloomy as he coldly said, The sanctuary graveyard is guarded by a powerful force. It's impossible for ordinary people to enter. With such a powerful corpse refining technique, how can he be an ordinary person? Yun Xiao laughed. There are too many unexpected things in this world. Yuan Gaohan's eyes flickered with a cold light, as if he was thinking about something. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Yun Xiao with his eyes that were almost spurting out flames, then said, You know who he is, don't you? What? Yun Xiao asked in surprise. Why do you say that, Brother Gaohan? Do you think that person will announce his sect? Stop pretending in front of me, Yuan Gaohan said coldly. How can I not understand what kind of person you are? Gu Feiyang. There are only a few people in the world who are more scheming than you. Isn't the reason you showed me this image to send a message to the sanctum through my main body? A strong killing intent flashed across his face as he said coldly, I don't care what your purpose is, but this matter is too important. The person in the picture must be cut into pieces. I do have some guesses and confidence about this, Yun Xiao said with a faint smile, but I'm not in a hurry to take action. I'm only showing you the scene so that you can be mentally prepared. With internal and external troubles, the 4 seas are in turmoil, and the world will be in chaos. What should I do? Yuan Gaohan asked. At this moment his heart was in a mess. Someone dared to rob the tomb of a Holy Land expert, and even successfully stole it and refined it into a corpse puppet. It was simply inconceivable and outrageous. If Yun Xiao had not shown him the video, he would not have believed it. Yun Xiao softly said, It's an urgent matter, so let's delay it. Yuan Gaohan's pupils shrank, revealing a thoughtful look, as if he had understood something. Yun Xiao patted him on the shoulder and said, If something happens to the holy region, it will be a great misfortune for the world. I don't want to see that happen either. If you're willing to believe me, then stand on my side. Yuan Gaohan's body trembled, and his heart was in turmoil. After being with Yun Xiao, He had indeed obtained a lot of confidential information, but what he had seen just now was too shocking. It made him even angrier than the birth of the Fiend Lord and the death of the City Lord of Red Moon City. Besides, according to Xianxia, it seemed that there was a big problem within the holy region itself. If that was the case, the world would be in chaos. Yuan Gaohan gave Xianxia a look and saw a pair of eyes as clear as water. He couldn't help but be shocked. He recalled the first time he met this man in the Sea of Soul formation decades ago. Back then, the genius of the demon race AI Hui had challenged all the alchemists in the world, and all of them had been defeated. It was this person in front of him who stepped forward at the last moment. Although there was no lack of trickery in the whole process, he had finally restored the reputation of the human race. Yuan Gaohan collected his thoughts and said in a deep voice, "What's the front?" Xianxia smiled, knowing that Yuan Gaohan had made his choice. In the holy region, you should try to find some reliable helpers and unite with each other. Before the whole thing came to light, they must not beat the grass and alert the snake, and wait for the situation to develop. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "Help me find out the whereabouts of a pair of siblings and monitor Wei Qing," he ordered. "Lord Wei Qing." Yuan Gaohan was shocked and exclaimed, "Don't tell me the matter of the graveyard is a mess?" "It might not be Wei Qing," Xianxia interrupted with a wave of his hand, "but he must be involved. Remember not to alert the enemy." At the same time, he told Yuan Gaohan about Meng Wu and her brother, but he did not mention the seal in the guest's body. "Meng Bai is my disciple, and Meng Wu is also my friend. No matter who it is, if you dare to touch the people around me, he." He didn't finish his sentence and only laughed a few times, but Yuan Gaohan felt a chill in his heart. Yuan Gaohan naturally knew that the person in front of him was not a good person. Although he looked young and tender, like a handsome young master on a white horse in the Wuling Mountains, the soul in his body was stained with countless blood to reach the peak of martial arts. To be able to stand under the sky and look down on the earth, commanding the wind and clouds, which one of them would be good? Yuan Gaohan only felt that the matter was getting more and more serious, and he said in a deep voice, "I will definitely do my best to help you find out." With the heaven-earth venomous body, the siblings' origins were probably not simple. This kind of terrifying divine body is mostly passed down through bloodline. The possibility of it developing on its own is too low. "Wei Qing is not a simple man," Xianxia said. "You should be careful." Yuan Gaohan nodded, feeling his heart in a mess, unable to come up with a single clue. He suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, your eldest disciple, Hua Qianshu, is now under Master Kanggu Qiong." Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he stared at Yuan Gaohan, and both of them had unsightly expressions. "Kanggu Qiong and Wei Qing seem to be very close," Yuan Gaohan said, staring at Yunxiao. "Should I find a way to get Hua Qianshu out?" "I can give it a try," Yunxiao said, "but I'm afraid it's impossible." An inexplicable sadness appeared in his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. However, Yuan Gaohan's sharp senses still caught it. "Why?" Yunxiao was a little upset as he said, "You can try. If you can't, it will prove my guess." Seeing him like this, Yuan Gaohan could only give up and said, "Li Yunxiao, your wisdom and strength are rare in the world. Now that you've obtained this supreme grade profound level weapon, your future achievements will definitely be greater than before. I hope you can keep your original heart and don't enter the evil path." Yuan Gaohan looked at him eagerly. He could feel that Yunxiao would be a very important figure in the heavenly martial realm in the future, and he would have a great influence on the situation of the whole world. "Although I like to be frank and straightforward," Yunxiao said seriously, "I can still distinguish right from wrong." "I'm relieved," Yuan Gaohan nodded. "Since we're on the same side, I'll definitely do my best to give you my greatest support." Somewhere on the heavenly martial continent, at the end of the endless auspicious clouds, in the Lingxi Tower of the Blue Snow Sacred City, Yuan Gaohan's main body slowly closed his eyes and began to ponder. There were 2 rows of alchemists below him, all sitting quietly, not daring to make a sound. The entire spiritual tower had become unusually quiet after Yuan Gaohan's inexplicable exclamation. Everyone was sitting in fear and trepidation, carefully observing the changes in Yuan Gaohan's expression. One moment he was shocked, one moment he was angry, one moment he was deep in thought, one moment he was cold. It was like the clouds in the sky, very interesting. The crowd only thought that someone was conversing through voice transmission, and they didn't dare to disturb him. However, they were all complaining in their hearts. This rare alchemy summit was hosted by Master Yuan Gaohan himself, and alchemists from all over the world came to attend it. They had to pass a series of harsh tests before they were qualified to attend. Moreover, the seating arrangement was based on the ranking of the assessment. Everyone waited for a long time, and when they saw Yuan Gaohan close his eyes and no longer make any sound or expression, they were all guessing in their hearts. Mo Huayuan was also criticizing him in his heart. There were many alchemy masters who were highly respected by the major sects among the crowd, and they were all of high status and power. It seemed extremely inappropriate for his master to ignore them like this. Bearing the psychological pressure, he carefully got up and stepped forward, calling out softly, "Master." Only then did Yuan Gaohan slowly open his eyes, a complicated look in his eyes. Mo Huayuan said, "If Master is feeling unwell, can I help you?" "It's fine, let's continue," Yuan Gaohan interrupted. Only then did the people below start to pay attention. An old man with white hair and a white beard on the upper left side said, "Master Gaohan, if you have something to say, please go first. You don't have to worry about us." Yuan Gaohan said, "I'm sorry for making Grandmaster Pan worry, but I'm fine. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." The old man hurriedly said, "Master Gaohan, you're too polite. It's my great fortune to be able to listen to your teachings. It's my pleasure to wait even if it takes a long time." Yuan Gaohan smiled and said, "The word teaching is too serious. If you all like to hear my nagging, the Spirit Si Tower will always welcome you. I heard that the Blade Sect's sword tempering pool is a rare sight in the North region. I wonder if I have the chance to take a look and have tea and discuss Tao with you?" he asked softly. Master Pan was shocked and flattered. "If there's a chance, there's a chance. Master Gaohan is always welcome to visit the sword tempering pool. If Master Gaohan is here, Lord Sect Leader will definitely welcome him personally," he said with a surprised expression. The head of a department in the Holy Region had great authority. Even the leaders of the 7 major forces had to give him some face. Mo Huayuan looked at Yuan Gaohan suspiciously. Based on his understanding of Yuan Gaohan, he wasn't the kind of person who would casually make friends with others. Yuan Gaohan's eyes flashed as he smiled. "I've never been to any of the famous sects in the North region, which is a pity. After this Tao discussion, allow me to visit them one by one. I hope that you all will recognize me." There was an uproar below, but most of them were pleasantly surprised. Those sitting at the front were the alchemists from many big sects in the North region, and they were all overjoyed and overwhelmed by the favor. Mo Huayuan was even more shocked as he looked at his master in confusion. Why had his master suddenly changed so much? Yuan Gaohan's expression was calm, a smile on his face, but he was sighing in his heart. In order to gain more power in the future, he had to put in some effort to make some connections. Not only within the Holy Region, but if all the sects of the North region could give him some face, he would definitely be a huge force that could not be ignored. In the Rainland, in the Divine Realm Tablet, Yuan Gaohan and Yunxiao were both watching the battle quietly. The battle between the officials and Guangxuan had already reached a point where it was difficult to separate them. Both of them fought with hot blood and anger, shattering the sky. "Let's not waste any more time. It's better for you to do it," Yuan Gaohan said. After learning a lot of information, he became a little upset, and he couldn't watch the wonderful battle in front of him. "Brother Gaohan," Yunxiao chuckled, "your heart is in a mess." "It's fine if my heart is in a mess," Yuan Gaohan replied coldly. "But if the situation in the rain changes and you get killed by the dragon guards, that would really be a miracle." "Ha ha ha." Yunxiao could not help but laugh and said, "As Brother Gaohan wishes." With a point of his finger, the guests and officials who were fighting happily disappeared in front of him, and Guang Quan's few ultimate moves all missed. Guang Quan was taken aback. Although he knew that this place was under Yunxiao's control, he did not know that they were inside a supreme-grade mystic artifact. He thought that they were in some restrictive array. It was not until he saw Yunxiao walking toward him with a smile that he realized that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. "I'll ask you one last time," Yunxiao said indifferently. "Join me and you can live or you'll die." "I'd rather die than submit," Guangquan said angrily. Yunxiao nodded. "I admire you for being a strong man, but time is not on my side. I have no choice." "Humph. The Dragon Clan will only fight to the death. There is no surrender," Guangquan roared as he raised his battle axe. And a boundless dragons might spread out, causing the entire space to tremble violently. He also knew that this was a moment of life and death. He gathered all of his potential in his axe. As the axe was bearing too much weight, it let out a powerful weapon cry and spun around. Coiling dragon and crouching tiger. As the axe struck down, the sky was split open, revealing a terrifying crack that swept down. Outside the crack was a world of nothingness, and Guangquan had struggled several times. If he rushed into the void without the spatial coordinates, he would almost certainly die. Therefore, he would rather fight Yunxiao and fight for a chance of survival. Yunxiao sighed and raised his hand. Countless rays of green light gathered in the sky. The green light was mixed with numerous purple lights, and a sea of lightning appeared in the sky. Yuan Gaohan's face was filled with horror. Although he was in the Divine Realm tablet, and all the rules could be changed by Yunxiao's will, it was still extremely shocking to see the Shangqing Zifu Divine Thunder. "Be careful. Don't kill him," Yuan Gaohan couldn't help but remind him. "Don't worry," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Without my permission, it's impossible to die in the Divine Realm tablet." Boom! Purple and green lightning rolled in the sea of lightning. Suddenly, an extremely thick beam of light shot down, illuminating the entire sky with two colors. The dual-colored lightning seemed to have come from an infinite distance. It should not have existed in this world. The crack of terror that Guangquan had created dissipated on its own under the might of the lightning, as if it had never existed. "Ah!" Guangquan was completely stunned as he looked at the lightning bolt that was descending toward him. His face was filled with confusion. The boundless fighting spirit and towering anger from before instantly turned into nothing. Under this vast and mighty force, it was not something that a human could resist. Everything seemed so small, so powerless, and even a little comical. The pride and self-confidence of the Dragon Clan were completely destroyed. Boom! The thunderbolts struck him without any reservation. The terrifying lightning spread in all directions as if it wanted to destroy everything. Yuan Gaohan looked at the countless thunderbolts rushing toward him. He knew that he would not be in any danger with Yunxiao, but he could not help but shiver, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The thunderbolts rolled across the ground, and countless mountains and boulders were destroyed, leaving only a vast flat land. In the distance, Guangquan was standing on the ground in a daze. Green smoke was rising from his body and his eyes were empty. "What a tough man," Yunxiao sighed. "What a pity." Yuan Gaohan revealed a surprised expression and said, "When did you become so melancholic? Doesn't Gu Feiyang always kill without hesitation?" "On the road of martial Dao, everyone is like you and me," Yunxiao said. "We have a common goal and work hard to advance for it. It's just that there are many times when things don't go as one wishes and one can't help it." Yuan Gaohan said coldly, "It's just that the heavenly Dao is merciless. Only a few people can stand at the peak of the world. The rest will eventually be bones. If you don't step on other people's corpses to move forward, you can only be stepped on by others to move forward. Don't talk nonsense. Now is the best time." Yuan Gaohan gave Yunxiao an indifferent look, then teleported directly to Guangquan's side and produced a golden incantation seal with his hand, which he then pressed directly onto Guangquan's head. Yunxiao sighed. He naturally understood Yuan Gaohan's words. He was no longer sad and appeared beside Guangquan as well, striking out with the same hand seal and smacking it down on Guangquan's head. After his self-confidence collapsed, his body was severely injured, and his divine sense was damaged. and his soul was searched by 2 ninth-tier alchemists. Guang Quan's ninth-tier dragon soul no longer had any resistance. Expressions of pain and confusion appeared on Guang Quan's face, changing like clouds, but all of them were negative emotions of pain. Finally, Guang Quan's expression began to turn dull gradually. There was no expression on his face at all, and his eyes were completely empty. The two of them suddenly retracted their hands, and Guang Quan fell to the ground. His soul had completely dispersed, and he couldn't be more dead. Yun Xiao and Yuan Gaohan exchanged a glance, as if they had received some incredible information and could see the shock in each other's eyes. How is this possible? Yuan Gaohan was horrified. Isn't this too absurd? Yun Xiao, on the other hand, stared at Guang Quan's body in silence. You believe the information in his head? Yuan Gaohan asked. I don't know. Yun Xiao shook his head. I don't know. He paused and added, in the past, I wouldn't have believed it, but now that he had experienced so many strange things, it didn't matter whether he believed it or not. Even if it's true, so what? So what? Yuan Gaohan's voice became sharp, and he laughed somewhat madly. Haha. So what if you say so? If an ancient true spirit suddenly appeared in this world, and one of the most powerful true spirits, the son of the true dragon, what do you think? So what if they appear? Yun Xiao said. Even the demon lord has come out, so it's not surprising that a few true spirits have come out, right? You're lying. What kind of stupid words are you saying? Yuan Gaohan angrily shouted. The mission of the dragon guards for countless years was actually to protect the body of the first dragon and allow him to be resurrected one day. Don't you think that's too much of a lie? He became a little agitated. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, was much calmer. Since you don't believe the lie, what are you afraid of? Oh my God! Who said I'm afraid? Yuan Gaohan glared at him fiercely, his face suddenly becoming serious. But what if? And I'm just saying what if it's true? So be it, Yun Xiao said with a smile. The worst-case scenario is that you and I will be killed by the true spirit with one palm strike. Will there be a worse case? No matter how bad it is, it will at most be eaten by him, but won't it still die? This buy-in. Yuan Gaohan was stunned and speechless. That's right, the worst-case scenario was death. At their level, they had already seen through life and death, and it seemed that there was nothing to be entangled with or care about. He looked at Yun Xiao with a strange expression. He did seem to have overreacted before. That's why people have too many troubles, Yun Xiao said with a smile. It's because they think too much. There are very few important things in the world. Yuan Gaohan's face immediately sank as he shouted, Don't talk about life philosophy with me. Save your own life first. His entire person flashed and disappeared from where he was. Yun Xiao chuckled as he walked up to Guang Quan's corpse and thought for a while with his head tilted. With a wave of his hand, a man appeared in front of him. He revealed a strange expression and said, What did you call me here for? Yun Xiao pointed at the body on the ground and said, Do you want the body of a 9-stars martial sovereign? What? A 9-stars martial emperor? A 9-stars martial sovereign? The man was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. Is he really a 9-stars martial sovereign? This person was the evil spirit that had possessed Mo Xiaochuan's body earlier. He was now possessing a 4-star martial emperor's corpse. He looked displeased and said, I've just finished fusing with this body, and you found a better one. Can't you help me find a better one at once? Yun Xiao's face darkened as he said coldly, Do you think you're my son? If you don't want it, then get lost. That evil spirit hurriedly smiled apologetically. It's inevitable to have some complaints. Lord Cloud Sky, please don't take offense. He came out of his body and attached himself to Guang Quan's body. Guang Quan's body suddenly shot up from the ground and he jumped around in the air, constantly looking at himself from head to toe. The evil spirit was pleasantly surprised. Descendants of the dragon race? He's a dragon descendant of a 9-stars martial sovereign. Dragon descendants? Yun Xiao's heart stirred. You know about dragon descendants, too? The evil spirit nodded and said, Of course I know. I don't know why I know about it, but I feel very familiar with it. Yun Xiao was speechless. He knew that this evil spirit was just a life form generated from some consciousness and energy. Perhaps it had such memories before. Why are you covered in injuries? The evil spirit said unhappily. It hurts. Don't worry, Xianxia said with a smile. I'll use all the resources in this world to help you recover. Try to fuse with this body in the shortest time possible, the faster the better. The evil spirit seemed to have an ominous premonition and said suspiciously, You're that good? Of course. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and nodded. Go on, go on. With a wave of his hand, the evil spirit instantly disappeared. 2 9-stars martial emperors are not enough to fight against the dragon guards. Xianxia fell into deep thought. Is it time to help you refine your body? The sky suddenly trembled, and the dragon's breath gradually dispersed. The demon dragon's soul appeared with a nervous and shocked expression. Countless years of wandering, 2 sword souls, just to wait for this promise. Demonic dragon couldn't stay calm anymore, but he still cursed. You bastard! You thought of refining a body for me at a time of crisis. Even after obtaining freedom, I still have to work for you once. You really know how to scheme. Xianxia chuckled. A beam of light broke through the sky, and an extremely strong artifact power spread out. The cauldron of mountain and river descended slowly and stopped in front of him. I promised to refine a 9th-ranked body for you, and the materials I've collected now are enough to refine an even better one. It's just that I've never seen this kind of refinement before, so I don't have much confidence. I wanted to help you refine your body when my strength is further improved, Xianxia said. But if I can't escape this disaster, what will I do in the future? The demonic dragon's expression kept changing, and he only snorted, Make my body more handsome, or I'll kill you. Xianxia threw out a palm and hit the cauldron of mountain and river. The body of the cauldron instantly emitted a blinding radiance. It started to spin in the sky, and rays of extreme colors spread out. All kinds of Maha-ancient characters floated out of the cauldron and spread into the air. Xianxia reached out his hand, and a large number of vermilion-brown objects condensed under his palm. They looked like mud, and they had a sticky feeling. It was the dragon shell fragment he had obtained from the boneyard. Back then, Zhuo Qingfan had pried out the dragon shell to fight against Di Yi on the ancient gods' battlefield. In the end, the entire dragon shell had been destroyed and turned into a pile of mud. When Xianxia first took this item, he had planned to refine it today. There was nothing in this world that was more suitable to be the body of a demon dragon than the dragon's shell that had given birth to a true dragon. The pieces of the dragon shell gathered into a ball in the air and were carefully roasted by Xianxia's divine flame. They slowly dissolved into tiny particles that hung in the air. A faint green color appeared between these particles, as if they still retained the remaining dragon power after the true dragon left. Go! At Xianxia's command, the countless particles flew into the cauldron. He then grabbed at the air again, and several items appeared in front of him. The demonic dragon's body trembled violently as it became extremely uneasy. It leaped into the air and said in a deep voice, You really plan to use these things to refine my body? What's the use of these things to me? Xianxia laughed. I don't need them. I'll give them all to you. Lined up in front of him were all the dragon artifacts he had obtained. Horns, scales, spine, claws, whiskers, and a round bone. It was the dragon bone bead that Song Yang had obtained when he was dueling in martial arts and martial arts. The 6 dragon artifacts gathered in the air and seemed to sense each other, trembling slightly as a dragon breath slowly spread out. A dragon's roar could be faintly heard. The demonic dragon's bronze bell-like eyes were wide open as it stared at the 6 dragon artifacts. It didn't say a word, but the light in its eyes was constantly flickering. The 6 dragon secret treasures became restless under the vast power of the cauldron of mountain and river. Dragon roars came out from them as they tried to resist the power of the world. Xianxia's hand incantation gestures kept changing, and the ancient Maha characters that shot out of the cauldron of mountain and river turned into words and long sentences that floated in the air and circled around the dragon's secret treasure. A green dragon's shadow emerged from the 6 dragon's secret items, exuding a powerful force to resist the rule force. Humph! Even if it's a true dragon, it'll still have to kneel down here. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as a powerful spiritual power blasted out of his mind and rushed directly into the 6 dragon secrets, shattering the azure dragon into pieces. The 6 dragon secrets were immediately devoured by the Maha-Ancient character, turning into 6 rays of light and shooting out. He entered the cauldron of mountain and river. Boom! As Longmi entered the cauldron, a deafening sound came from the cauldron of mountain and river, and the light became even more blinding. Yunxiao sat cross-legged in front of the cauldron and slowly closed his eyes. What was going to happen next was a long smelting process. The demonic dragon hovered quietly in the sky, staring at the cauldron without saying a word, as if it were a guard. In the Fangcuan mountain in the distance, sword embryos were suspended in front of Yuan Gaohan. They were the remaining northern sky cold star iron, which had been tempered into 18 sword shapes and were slowly being roasted under the divine fire. When he had helped Yunxiao refine the sword before, in addition to improving his cultivation base, he had also been somewhat resistant to it. But after learning about many major things, he was completely on Yunxiao's side, and he also felt a great sense of urgency, so he had strengthened the refining of the sword. Moreover, with Yuan Gaohan's knowledge and Yunxiao's identity, he knew in his heart that the 36 Northern Heaven Cold Star Swords were the million sword illustration that constructed Shenshao Palace. The million sword illustration had been around for a long time, but in the past 10,000 years, no one had been able to cultivate it to its peak. For one thing, it consumed a lot of materials, and for another, even a 9th-tier alchemist could not control so many divine swords. However, he didn't know that the complete Heaven Sword picture was made up of 81 swords. In history, there had been experts from the Divine Cloud Palace who had cultivated the complete million sword picture, but they had all been 81 8th-grade swords. Even so, the expert could only use it once with all his strength. Only the legendary 10 Directions Divine Realm would have such power to drive 81 9th-grade swords. Yuan Gaohan's heart suddenly moved, and he raised his head to look at the horizon for a while before snorting and muttering to himself, "What are you up to this time? It's so earth-shattering." The powerful vibration of artifact storage coming from a distance made him a little uneasy, but when he thought that it was Yunxiao who had caused it, he was relieved and began to focus on his refining. After the dragon's secret was thrown into the cauldron of mountain and river, the radiance did not extinguish. However, the rumbling sound gradually became weaker and weaker, as if it was slowly submitting to the dragon. Yunxiao opened his eyes and waved his hand, causing a golden light to emerge. A huge golden dragon skeleton appeared in front of him. Under his incantation gesture, it flew towards the cauldron of mountain and river and disappeared into it. The body of the cauldron burst into a ball of gold. It was brilliant and covered the entire cauldron of mountain and river. It spun in the air and was about to break through the sky. How is this possible? Yunxiao's face flickered. In a flash, he arrived in front of the cauldron and threw out several incantation seals, hitting the cauldron one by one to suppress the force. The power within the golden bones of dragons is even stronger than Dragon's secret. The demonic dragon in the distance was also shocked. Then he understood. After all, the dragon's secret treasure has been around for too long and it's too small. This is a complete set of golden dragon bones. Cold sweat trickled down Yunxiao's forehead. He had expected to refine the dragon shell and 6 dragon secrets, but he had added the golden bones on a whim. God knew what would happen. Furthermore, he had never refined so many ingredients before, so he became extremely cautious. The ancient Maha characters on the cauldron? The energy was being consumed at an extremely fast rate. With a thought, Yunxiao transferred most of the power in this realm into the cauldron of mountain and river to replenish the refining needs. He was also recovering very quickly. Finally, after a few days, under the auspicious light, the whole cauldron shot out. The 9-colored light pierced through the layers of space and shone into the infinite space inside the Divine Realm tablet. Beams of golden light descended from the sky and were all absorbed into the cauldron. A vast power gradually surged out. "Did you succeed?" the demonic dragon asked in shock. "What kind of body is this to cause such a phenomenon?" Yunxiao's face also turned unusually serious as he said in a deep voice, There's still one more step of heavenly tribulation. You should retreat. I'll condense purple lightning to cross it. He suddenly shouted, and his body turned into lightning. He turned into a huge fatty and raised his hammer high in the air. The golden Maha ancient characters appeared on the hammer. Although the light was weak, it directly turned into thunderbolts. The entire world turned dark green in an instant, and the wind and clouds surged. The demonic dragon retreated 10,000 meters away and looked on with a grave expression. Thunder of the heavens and earth, gather. Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with one hand and raised the hammer high with the other as he roared. His body directly exploded with extremely strong lightning and rushed into the sky. Countless thunderclouds gathered and seemed to merge with his entire person. All the light between heaven and earth disappeared. Only the flashing of lightning and a little golden light on the cauldron of mountain and river could be seen. Fall! At Xianxia's loud cry, a vortex of thunder emerged in the surging clouds in the sky, with a large amount of purple light flashing inside and emitting a terrifying aura. With his order, it suddenly blasted out. The entire earth was covered by lightning and was about to collapse. Boom, boom, boom. A bolt of purple lightning struck the cauldron of mountain and river. The cauldron let out a loud sound. The power of the world was activated to the extreme and spread out rapidly. The demonic dragon was tens of thousands of meters away. Under the endless purple and green colors, a dense white gas was gradually formed and devoured the world of thunder. It was the cauldron of mountain and river that had sensed danger from the purple lightning. It unleashed a powerful force to protect itself. The power of the world spread out, and all the lightning was washed away. The entire world turned white. Xianxia's state of thunder was quickly restored, and his face turned extremely pale. He took a few steps in the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his eyes were shining with excitement as he stared at the cauldron and walked towards it. After the world power of the cauldron of mountain and river pushed away all the thunder power, it slowly retracted back. All the power was contained, and it was like an ordinary big cauldron that hung quietly in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 rays of light instantly flew over. One was the demonic dragon, and the other was Yuan Gaohan, who had rushed over. The 2 of them were extremely shocked as they stared at the cauldron. Yuan Gaohan looked around, and his expression became more and more shocked. Finally, his eyes fell on the large cauldron. What did you refine just now, you lunatic? You actually used purple lightning to transcend the tribulation? What's with this cauldron? How can it not be destroyed by Shangxing Zifu divine lightning? He blurted out the 2 questions, his heart filled with shock. Under the heavens, he had never heard of anyone being able to draw down purple lightning during refinement. In the records of the Holy Realm, the most powerful one was the Noah's ship that Yi Nantian made. But it only took 3 days. Even if the green lightning struck for 3 days, it could not be compared to the purple lightning. It was said that the condition for the birth of purple thunder was that if something that the heaven and earth could not tolerate appeared in the world, the heavenly Tao would send down the world-destroying divine thunder and destroy everything. In today's world, Xianxia was probably the only one who could condense purple lightning to refine a weapon. The shock on Yuan Gaohan's face didn't disappear for a long time. He stared at the cauldron of mountain and river, wishing he could rush over and take a look at what was inside. The demonic dragon also couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Finally, his face turned ugly and he said with difficulty, "It wouldn't have been smashed into pieces by the purple lightning, right?" "Ha, ha, ha!" Xianxia laughed. "It won't rot so easily. I've only refined the green lightning to the extreme and broken through the limits of green lightning. I'm still far from being able to gather the true world-destroying sacred lightning. Otherwise, even my cauldron of mountain and river wouldn't be able to withstand it." The cauldron of mountain and river. Yuan Gaohan's heart skipped a beat and he committed this name to memory. Even if he had never seen a good cauldron before, he had at least heard of one. However, this was the first time he had heard of the cauldron of mountain and river. Xianxia walked up to the cauldron in a few steps and slapped it with his palm. Bang! The cauldron spun a little, and countless rays of golden light spilled out from it. At the same time, a figure slowly rose. Even the weak Yunxiao was taken aback by the powerful dragon breath, and he took a few steps back. A tall and sturdy body appeared in front of the three of them. His body was flowing with a powerful force, full of vitality, and he looked extremely cold. With scales all over his body and two horns on his head, he looked very much like Yunxiao in his demon form. A dragon's body? Yuan Gaohan glanced at the demonic dragon beside him and immediately understood, but he was still extremely shocked. A body can withstand the purple lightning? How strong is his body? Yunxiao also seemed to be very satisfied with his masterpiece. I have to try to find out how strong it is. The demonic dragon's eyes lit up, and it trembled with excitement. It rushed over, wanting to merge with its body. Hold on. One more step, Yunxiao shouted. One more step. Just one more step? The two of them were stunned for a moment. Yuan Gaohan's divine sense swept over the body and found that the aura of this man was stronger than any cultivator he had ever seen. It was already abnormally perfect. In his eyes, this body was enough to be written into the history books of the continent's alchemy. It's the finishing touch, Yunxiao said. I'm going to make this body one step more perfect. A fanatical look also appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the instincts of an alchemist were fully displayed, and he was trying his best to refine this body to the extreme. Yunxiao put two fingers together, and a light blue stream of water gathered under his fingertips, gradually condensing into two fist-sized water drops that exuded an unparalleled aura of life. True dragon's tear, the demonic dragon exclaimed in shock. Then you're the one who ran. Yunxiao grinned. I already have the natural water element, so I don't lack this thing. I'll give it to you as well. His two fingers drew out and pointed at the dragon's tightly closed eyes. A strange power flashed in the dragon's eyes, slowly penetrating in and finally disappearing. In the eyes of the dragon, there was a pool of green water that was so deep that one could not see the bottom. It was also like an endless starry sky that one could not see the end of. A powerful life force burst forth, and his entire body seemed to be on the verge of spiritualism, as if he would come back to life at any time. Yunxiao reached out and made a grabbing motion in the air. As he turned his hand over, a large number of bright red gems appeared in his palm, which had a strong bloody smell. The demon dragon looked at the gemstones and his breathing became rapid. The dragon's body in front of him made his blood boil. It's the dragon blood of Ruin Xiang. He could tell the origin of these gemstones at a glance. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he chuckled and said, "This is the blood of that kid. It's very close to the blood of a true dragon's child." He flipped his right hand and slapped forward. The large pile of blood crystals flew into the dragon's body. The smell of blood hit him in the face. Meridians and blood vessels began to appear on the dragon's body, and blood could be vaguely seen flowing through them. The aura that came from the great wilderness gradually crossed through time and space and descended within the dragon's body. "Now!" Yunxiao shouted. "Now!" The demonic dragon trembled and flew into the dragon's body. Boom! The dragon's entire body trembled, as if its heart was beating violently. Even the entire space was trembling. Yunxiao was taken aback as well, and his eyes widened. It was said that when the 9 dragon's secret treasures were combined into one, a true dragon could be formed and one could step into the 10 directions divine realm. If the legend was true, then there must be a key factor that was difficult to reach. This was because over the countless years, there were many dragons' secret treasures left in the world. With the power of the dragon race in the 4 seas, it was not difficult to collect 9 of them. However, he had never heard of a true dragon appearing. The fundamental reason was that no one in the world could withstand the refinement of 9 dragon secrets. Even the strongest divine body couldn't guarantee that it could withstand 9 dragon secrets without suffering a backlash. This time, Yunxiao had forcibly fused 7 dragon secret treasures, the golden dragon bone, and the blood of Xianxia together with the cauldron of mountain and river, making up the number 9. Although the level of the golden dragon bone was not as high as the dragon secret, the dragon power within it was far superior. Ruinxiang's blood was the strongest dragon blood Yunxiao had ever seen in his 2 lives. The dragon's body in front of him was already the closest existence to a true dragon in this world. After the demonic dragon flew into the dragon's body, its eyes, which were as deep as the ocean, suddenly closed, and all its aura began to be restrained. In just a few breaths, the dragon's body became ordinary. Apart from its extraordinary appearance, no aura could be felt. Even its vitality could not be detected. It was like a wooden sculpture. Yuan Gaohan swallowed to moisten his dry throat. He knew that this state of qi activity being restrained proved that the demonic dragon was gradually beginning to control and integrate with the body. Under the calm exterior, there was a turbulent battle. The dragon's body was like a profound level weapon, resisting the control of external forces. There were constant explosions of aura in the body, but his face did not frown at all. Yuan Gaohan couldn't help but ask, "What level is this body? And why have I never heard of this cauldron of mountain and river?" "The world is so big," Xianxia said lightly. "Who dares to say that he knows everything? People are always learning and growing. I didn't know before, but I know now." Yuan Gaohan's face darkened as he said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, don't talk back to me. How many more secrets are you hiding from me? Don't forget that we've just formed an alliance." He stared straight at Yunxiao, trying to see through his skin. He wished he could rush in and search his soul directly, deciphering all the unknown. "Brother Gaohan," Yunxiao laughed, "do I have to tell you the color of my underwear?" Yuan Gaohan also knew this, but the dragon body and the cauldron of mountain and river in front of him were existences beyond his knowledge. As a top alchemist, this situation was unbearable. "Speak. I know you very well. What are your conditions?" "I'm willing." Yunxiao's face darkened. "I'm not willing to buy it with money." All right, Ing Luo. I'll unseal all 37 characters of the ancient Maha text I know for you. How about it?" Yuan Gaohan waved his hand impatiently. Yunxiao's face darkened as he said, "Didn't you only know a limited number of them?" Cough, cough. Yuan Gaohan said awkwardly, "I've learned about 30 more recently since I've connected my mind with mine. All the interpretations of the ancient Maha character in the sacred zone, as well as the latest research data from your master, Amaterasu Z," Yunxiao said. "Don't tell me you don't know." Yuan Gaohan's expression changed greatly as he asked in shock, "What do you know?" Yunxiao smiled indifferently and stopped talking. In fact, he didn't know anything. When he was in Red Moon City, when Lin, who had an extremely mysterious identity, came from the sanctuary. However, when Lin's mind was sealed by the brilliant mark seal that Tenzhou Zi had placed, and his memory was directly sealed, making it impossible for him to read it. This aroused his great curiosity. Later, Wan Lin eventually turned into an ape and was killed by Luo Qingyun. But the secret contained in it had been lingering in Yunxiao's mind, and he could not figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. What he knew was limited to Tian Zhaozi carrying out an extremely secretive matter. But the more he pretended to be mysterious, the more suspicious Yuan Gaohan was. Yuan Gaohan's expression was cold as he said, "I'm telling you, dream on. I don't know much about this either, but you'd better not have any ideas, or even I can't save you." Yunxiao had known this would be the result. "If that's the case, then there's nothing to discuss. Don't think that I'm curious about your little secrets. Similarly, I ask Brother Gaohan to put away his thoughts about my matter." Yuan Gaohan's expression was gloomy and uncertain, but he remained silent. Everyone understood this, but the attraction between the cauldron of mountain and river and the dragon's body was too great. Since the other party was not willing to tell him, he could only rely on himself to figure it out. He snorted and teleported to the side of the cauldron of mountain and river and the dragon. He began to observe them. Yunxiao kept smiling, but the doubts in his heart grew. Initially, he had thought that the 3 elders of the holy region were hiding in the fairies' capital to concentrate on their cultivation and to strive for the supreme Tao. However, it seemed that it was not that simple. These 3 old men did not seem to be content with their lot. Just as he was still guessing, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly came over, causing his entire body to tremble. "Ah!" Yuan Gaohan suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech. his hands covering his head as he was forced to retreat. Xiao's eyes widened as he looked at the dragon's body in horror. Boom! A loud boom resounded from within the dragon's body as it opened its eyes and stared at Yuan Gaohan. That gaze was like a huge sword that directly pierced into Yuan Gaohan's eyes and into his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. Without any defense, even the soul power of a ninth-tier alchemist was directly injured. Xiao was also shocked, not only by the power displayed by the dragon's body, but also by the hint of mockery and evil in its eyes, which were as deep as the sea. A very bad feeling descended upon him. With a thought, he directly pushed Yuan Gaohan several thousand meters away, making him retreat to a safe area. The dragon slowly turned its head and looked at Xiao. Xiao's expression was solemn, and his pupils constricted as he looked in the direction of the dragon's gaze without fear. One of his eyes was as deep as the ocean, while the other was like the stars. The two of them looked at each other. The distance of tens of meters between them was as far as the Milky Way. However, what was further was not just the distance, but their hearts. The shared soul seemed to have become distant at this moment, and gradually became unfamiliar. Xiao finally spoke first. "Old dragon, what's the matter with you?" he asked. "Could there be a problem somewhere?" "Problem?" The dragon grinned. There's no problem. I'm in an exceptionally good state at the moment, Li Xiao." The words Li Xiao were spoken with great emphasis, and they shook Xiao's heart. The dragon's eyes burst with a bright light, and they were filled with boundless fighting will. Xiao's body trembled. This gaze and this fighting spirit were so familiar. He cried out in horror, "Ing Luo, you're ruined Xiang." A boundless horror surged into his heart, and Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. He wasn't afraid of Ruo Xiang's resurrection. What he was afraid of was where the evil dragon had gone. The dragon's boundless fighting spirit was suddenly retracted. His eyes became cloudy and he said leisurely, "Ruin Xiang? You're talking about that loser from the North Sea. He's already dead. It's just that the remnant will on the true dragon's secret treasure was obtained by me." Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. So that was what happened. He wiped his cold sweat and said, "Then you're still the old dragon." "Old dragon?" The dragon raised his eyes, and a murderous aura gradually condensed. He said coldly, "Li Xiao, is this how you disrespect me? After living together for 2 lifetimes, you don't even know my name. You really think I'm your slave?" The killing intent in his eyes was like a sharp steel knife, and it actually materialized, directly splitting the air wherever he looked. Xiao's heart was very heavy. The man in front of him was indeed a demon dragon, but his temperament seemed to be affected by various materials. Not only was the remnant will of Ruin Xiang in the true dragon's secret treasure, but there were also various dragon wills in the dragon shell and the golden dragon bones, all of which had been refined and mixed together by him. "Oh? Do you still have a name?" "This Ing Luo, cough, Ing Luo, I'm indeed wrong." "What's your name?" "Humph, you only know how to repent now? It's too late." The dragon's body began to flow with an extremely strong dragon breath power, as if it was about to explode at any time. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. "But I still have to make you remember my name, because your death is also an extremely important thing to me. Listen well, my name is Cheiyu." "Cheiyu? It's not a good name," Xiao said. "It's not domineering at all. Right, you just said that I had to die? What do you mean? You're so smart, don't you understand? You're the best at playing dumb." Cheiyu clenched his fists and the air around him exploded. An unparalleled force shot out in all directions. "I'm back after my leave. The dead have grown up, and the living should be encouraged." Thousands of images gathered in his mind. He wanted to write an incantation for his grandfather, but he found it difficult to start. "I'll write after I calm down. I'll make up for what I owe everyone this month." So far, he owed a total of 24 chapters. He would try to pay them off before New Year's Day. "How many years has it been? You've been ordering me around like a slave for so long. I've been waiting for this day for so long." Cheiyu laughed wildly. His body flickered in the air and appeared directly in front of Xiao. In an instant, he reached out his right hand and grabbed Yunxiao's neck. Have you ever thought of this day? Bang! Suddenly, Yu clenched his fist and sent a stream of dragon qi into Yunxiao's head, which exploded it. He retracted his hand, and the fanatical killing intent in his eyes gradually calmed down. He said jokingly, "Oh, I forgot. This is the Divine Realm tablet. It's not easy to kill you." A few meters away, Yunxiao's figure gradually materialized. With a cold look on his face, he said, "Old dragon, you've really changed." "Humph," Yu snorted. "It's not that I've changed. It's just that I can resist now. I'll let you try to be my slave for 2 lifetimes and see if you can kill me." "Oh," Yunxiao asked, "is this really what you think?" The soul could not lie. "I didn't feel any resentment when our souls combined." "That's just your own wishful thinking," Yu said. "And even if it is, it only represents the past. Right now, I'm dying to crush your head." Yu's fists slammed out in front of him. A golden whirlpool appeared on his fists and was pulled apart. Countless green light spots appeared in the golden whirlpool, like the jade on a silver plate, luxurious and gorgeous. Boom, boom, boom. The vortex was surging with an extremely powerful force, and a series of rumbles could be heard. Yu made a hand seal and spoke in the dragon language. The surrounding space began to press toward the vortex and became distorted. Yunxiao was taken aback. The power of the golden vortex was about to tear the Divine Realm tablet apart and fly away. His face darkened and he shouted, "Stop!" Then he pointed out a finger, and a huge sword instantly condensed in the sky. It suddenly slashed towards the golden vortex. He wasn't afraid that the demonic dragon would fly away. After all, there was no banquet that didn't end. If the two of them really turned against each other, it would be because their fate had run out and they couldn't force it. However, the demonic dragon's current state clearly wasn't his true heart. His soul couldn't lie, and he should have been greatly affected by the true dragon artifact and the golden skeleton's will, resulting in a change in his heart. In addition, if he left, it was very likely that he would destroy the space-piercing shuttle outside, and then he would instantly fall into the Dragon Guard's killing array. Therefore, Yunxiao could not allow Yu to leave. A solemn look appeared in Yu's eyes. Apart from himself, he knew Yunxiao's means the best in the world. But his face was still full of sarcasm as he said with a sneer, "You think you can stop me? This body's power has become one with mine, and its power is beyond your imagination." He raised his hand, and a dragon's shadow appeared behind him. He suddenly grabbed the huge sword. Swish! The giant sword was caught by the dragon claw in the air and could not move forward any further. Yunxiao was shocked. At this moment, the extremely strong dragon power on Yu had directly cut off the laws of heaven and earth in the Divine Realm tablet. Although he was inside the steel, he was outside the laws. With a gloomy face, Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture and pointed at the giant sword. In an instant, 18 northern heaven frigid star swords appeared in the sky and flew into it. The shape of the sword instantly became solid and silver white. All kinds of golden formation patterns appeared on the body of the sword. An obscure sword diagram condensed in the sky, and the power of the giant sword multiplied. Clang, clang, clang. After the sword pattern appeared, the silver-white giant sword cut down again, and the friction between it and the dragon claw made an ear-piercing and heart-wrenching sound. The surrounding space cracked, and countless hair-thin cracks appeared. Yu's pupils constricted. In the Divine Realm tablet, Yunxiao was no different from an immortal, and he could not stop the power of the giant sword even with all his strength. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a dragon's roar pierced through the heaven and earth, transforming into countless sharp swords that slashed at Yunxiao. Yunxiao sneered. The sword-like power of the sound wave pierced through his body, unable to hurt him at all. Yu's face darkened. He finally understood that there was no way he could defeat Yunxiao in the Divine Realm tablet. Unless he had the ability to break the infinite space and destroy the supreme-grade profound artifact, he could do nothing to him. Humph! He snorted in extreme dissatisfaction. Although he could not kill Yunxiao here, the latter could not do anything to him either. As long as he could break through this realm and leave, he could easily kill Yunxiao's true body outside. Even though the giant sword was greatly resisted by Yu, it continued to slash down. His other hand was controlling the golden vortex to break open this world. He had no time to spare and could only watch the huge sword fall bit by bit. It was so close that the chill attacked. Yu's eyes were filled with coldness and a surge of power surged out from his body. The shadow of a true dragon appeared behind him and seemed to merge with him. A long roar came out of his mouth, and the dragon's roar rushed into the 9 heavens, shaking the sword picture. Then, he let go of the sword, turned it into a dragon fist, and suddenly struck out. Boom! The dragon fist landed on the sword, and the sword pattern disappeared. The sword shape shattered, turning into silver light and shooting in all directions. The wounds on Yu's dragon body healed in the blink of an eye. He held the golden nebula in one hand and exploded at the same time. A vast force rushed into the endless space-time and directly broke open this world. A grand path formed by countless green lights appeared under his feet, leading to the outside world. Li Yunxiao, goodbye. Yu's face was cold, but there was a complicated look of struggle in his eyes. He said coldly, "Goodbye forever." He took a step forward and walked up the green path. Suddenly, the sky froze, and an unparalleled power descended. The rules of sword gathered, and the power of time and space froze. After Yu took a step, he raised his second leg, but it stopped in midair. He did not dare to step down. He raised his head and saw that the entire world had disappeared. There was nothing left in the world except for the sword in his heart. It was the heart of the sword that had condensed the strongest sword intent in the world, and he was right under it. He knew that as long as he took one more step, he would be able to leave the Divine Realm Tablet and kill Yunxiao's real body. From then on, he would get rid of his inner demon and travel the world. However, he also knew that if he took one more step, the most powerful sword in the world would strike down from the sky. Could he withstand this sword? This step was close at hand, but far at the end of the world. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This last step was a gamble of life and death. He asked his heart again, "Can I take this sword?" But she couldn't give him an answer. If he combined the 9 secrets into one and transformed into a dragon, there would naturally be nothing in the world that could harm him. However, was his dragon body a true dragon? It wasn't. With this thought, Yu's confidence started to crack. The distance between them seemed to be getting further and further. His face began to twist and change, as if several souls were tearing at each other. The most powerful dragon in the sky began to tremble. Amidst the endless sword intent, Yunxiao's figure slowly condensed and walked down step by step. Every step he took was on the rules of the sword way. At this moment, he was the shadow of the sword way, the incarnation of the sword god. The boundless sword will in the whole world was just an extension of him. Li Yunxiao, even if I die, I will not fear the power of your sword. Finally, the struggle in Yu's eyes disappeared and a ferocious look appeared on his face as dragon chi surged out. That hesitant step became firm once again, and he was about to step out. Yunxiao's eyes were cold. "Yu, do you really want to bet on my sword?" Yunxiao's body became absent-minded, as if there was no figure of him in the world at all, and he was just a projection of the sword. Yu gritted his teeth. "Dragon's might. Anyone who blocks it is invincible." His body gradually transformed into the shape of a dragon, and the heavens and earth trembled. It was as if the ancient true dragon that had disappeared for countless years was about to return to the world. In the rain, frost and snow fell from the sky. "This is a Xianxia. How can there be snow?" Outside the Xianxia killing formation, the dragon guards were all shocked, each of them looking aghast. "There's no frost in the rain for 10,000 years. How did the snow melt?" one of them said in surprise. "There must be an anomaly in the world," the other man said. "Hurry and inform Lord Dragonhead." Another person said, "I don't think there's a need. The entire land of rain is snowing. How could Lord Dragonhead not know? We'd better guard this formation in case something happens." The others also nodded in agreement. They held their breath and focused. ignoring the snow and protecting the formation. At the same time, in the holy city of misty snow, a beam of light shot out from the Lingxi Tower and flew in one direction at an extremely fast speed. It landed in front of a strange-shaped building and entered it in a few flashes. The building was shaped like a diamond and looked like a book. It was only a few stories high. It was not eye-catching in the entire holy city, but it exuded a sense of elegance and distance, as if it was far away from the dust. "Who are you? Stop!" One of the two guards standing in front of the hall angrily shouted. In the entire holy region, no one had ever dared to trespass this place. However, he also knew that this person must be from the sanctuary. He just didn't understand why they were in such a hurry, so he only blocked with his halberd and had no intention of attacking. However, the newcomer did not stop at all. He teleported into the hall. Teleportation. The golden-armored guard's pupils shrank. He was about to chase after them in anger, but he was stopped by another person with a dagger axe. "There's no need to chase. I've already seen who that person is. Spirit Secretary, Lord Yuan Gaohan," the other guard said indifferently. The golden-armored guard frowned and said, "It's him? Humph. Even as the secretary, you can't be so unruly." "Oh?" The other guard laughed. "Since you think so, then go ahead and chase after them." He made an inviting gesture and looked at the other party with a smile. "Humph." The guard coldly snorted and put away his dagger axe. He continued to stand in front of the door with his eyes closed, ignoring his companion's ridicule. Yuan Gaohan rushed into the hall and disappeared with a teleport. In the empty hall, there were stone pillars with all kinds of embossed and patterns carved on them. There were also a large number of words on the pillars, making it look like a forest of stone pillars. Many people were studying the pillars carefully. Yuan Gaohan was like a cool breeze, disappearing the moment he appeared, leaving behind a circle of spiritual fluctuations that rippled in the hall, causing everyone to frown and be dissatisfied. In the next moment, he appeared on the top floor of the building. It was a dreamlike space with different passages flickering on it. Yuan Gaohan sent out a seal and flew into the sky. A passage appeared, and he turned into a beam of light and charged in. Inside was a pitch-black hall. As he landed, the entire hall suddenly burst into flames, illuminating the entire area. There was nothing in the hall except for a stone platform in the center. A huge metal book made of an unknown material was placed on it. Yuan Gaohan walked to the stone platform in a few steps and reached out to touch the pages of the book. The originally calm pages began to appear with a golden light. He flipped the book open, and a beam of light shot out. It spread in the air above the hall, and a line of words appeared. "Yi Meng, A, Sha, Yi, Shi, Luo, Lang, Tuo." Pabie de Yuan Gaohan's eyes turned and he began reading the words one by one. Every word produced a strange sound, and they exploded in the hall, turning into a force that scattered with the wind. At the same time, in the Divine Realm tablet, under the heart of the sword, Che Yu gradually transformed into a dragon. His boundless ferocity rose and was about to burst open the entire world of swords. The two forces gradually confronted each other. Che Yu's eyes were filled with a fierce light, and he became more and more irritable as he stared at Yunxiao and made a desperate attack. Yunxiao's expression was indifferent, but there was an extremely complicated look in the depths of his eyes. If the sword struck down, it was very likely to kill the demonic dragon. But if it didn't strike and allowed it to leave this world, his body would definitely be killed in seconds. All kinds of entanglement made his sword heart hesitate, and the world of swords revealed its flaws. Che Yu's eyes opened wide. He could sense the change in his sword heart, and just as he was about to make his move, a strange note suddenly sounded in his mind. "Yi Meng, Mo, Yi Shi, Luo Qianxian." The obscure words were read out one by one. They did not have any sound wave attack effect, but each word was like a pearl that pierced straight into the soul. Che Yu's expression changed greatly. He turned around and saw Yuan Gaohan sitting in the air. His hands were forming seals, and he was continuously chanting. A golden light appeared around Yuan Gaohan, covering his entire body in a layer of light. Che Yu's body trembled, An indescribable pressure exploded in his heart. He felt countless memory fragments and thoughts being washed away, making him extremely uncomfortable. "Shut up. Don't read anymore," Che-yu roared, his eyes shining with a vicious light. The words dissolved in his mind. He could not understand them at all, but he felt upset. Many thoughts rolled and flashed in his consciousness, and his will began to fade. Yunxiao's heart jolted, and then he said with great joy, "The legendary nameless mind-clearing incantation. This curse really exists in the holy region." He was overjoyed. In Che-yu's current state, this mantra was the best technique. "I told you to stop. Shut up." Che-yu's face was twisted badly, as if millions of ants were biting his soul, making him extremely uncomfortable and mad. No longer caring about the realm-breaking passage and Yunxiao's sword heart, he roared and rushed at Yuan Gaohan. The dragon's might shook the sky, and before he even arrived, there was already a supreme dragon chi attacking, directly shaking Yuan Gaohan's face until it turned white. Under the dragon chi, he struggled to hold on and chant an incantation. With a thought, Yunxiao teleported Yuan Gaohan to his back, making Che-yu miss his target. Yuan Gaohan's eyes relaxed. He closed his eyes and began to recite even more calmly. "Damn it!" Che-yu charged over madly, his entire body transforming into a dragon in the air as he broke through the blade world's obstruction, wanting to destroy the heavens and earth. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes. With a thought, the world of swords that filled the sky turned into a cage and gathered from all directions, covering Che-yu like thousands of swords. Boom! The dragon rampaged in the sword array, instantly shattering all the sword shadows in the sky as it shuttled through the heaven and earth and headed toward Yunxiao. Che-yu had already gone mad from the stimulation of the nameless mind-clearing incantation, and he only wanted to kill Yuan Gaohan. A smile appeared at the corner of Yunxiao's mouth. The realm-breaking passage slowly disappeared in the sky. As long as the demonic dragon did not leave, he had enough time and energy to play with it. With a wave of his hand, the sword chi that filled the sky dissipated, and his eyes turned into blood moons. Helios Luna! The entire world changed, and Che-yu was immediately trapped in a pitch-black eye-technique dimension. Che-yu's body suddenly stopped. He turned into his human form, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. No one knew Yunxiao's moves better than he did. Once caught by the moon eye, the only thing they could do was break the space, or else it would be futile. Rays of golden light floated up from his body, and his entire dragon body swelled up. His fists instantly doubled in size, as if he was holding two golden iron hammers. True martial dragon fist. The two golden iron fists punched into the void. Boom! A hole was blasted open in the sky, and he suddenly jumped out, directly charging out of the eye technique space. The moment Che-yu relaxed, his expression sank and became extremely serious. Outside the so-called space was actually a vast white desert, still within the illusion. At this moment, the nameless mind-clearing incantation passed through time and space and poured into his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness without any hindrance. His entire person became more and more irritable, and he roared madly. Che-yu spread his hands and formed another golden star cloud. He wanted to leave through the barrier. In the sky above the white desert, a blood-red moon gradually appeared, and it slowly opened its eyes. Wherever his eyes saw, he would kill all living things and return everything to nothingness. The golden star cloud in Che-yu's palm also dissipated under the gaze of the eye technique. Che-yu roared in anger. He knew that this was the 10-direction divine skill of the moon pupil. Everything that was seen was nothing, everything turned to dust. Under the gaze of the moon pupil, not only the golden nebula, but even the power in his body was gradually disintegrating. Finally, his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness trembled, as an intense pain spread throughout his body. Che-yu's brutal eyes closed, and he fell to the ground. Pa! Che-yu fell on the desert, causing a wave of sand and dust to rise. The blood-red moon in the sky slowly closed its eyes, and the whole world gradually disappeared, revealing the real world of the Divine Realm Tablet. Yunxiao's face was a little pale. Even in the Divine Realm Tablet, He was a little tired from using the 10 Directions divine skill. Yuan Gaohan looked at him with a profound look, and the incantation in his mouth gradually became smaller, finally stopping. He exhaled heavily. His face was pale and he was exhausted. In the holy city of Lanxue, Yuan Gaohan's original body also looked tired. He slowly closed the metal book on the stone platform, turned around, and left. Can this nameless mind-clearing incantation eliminate the chaotic consciousness in his soul? Yun Xiao asked solemnly. Yuan Gaohan said, "This curse is the most powerful curse to calm one's heart and get rid of the devil. It can return one's heart to one's body. If it can't be used, then there is nothing in the world that can save him." He gave Yun Xiao a mocking glance and snorted, "You won't die if you don't seek death. This is the result of your own seeking death. You harm others and yourself." The corner of Yun Xiao's mouth twitched a few times. He wanted to say something several times, but in the end he did not. Che Yu was lying in the air, not knowing what was going on. Yuan Gaohan examined his body and finally frowned. The power of the dragon body was too strong and automatically isolated his divine sense, making it impossible to detect anything. "He's only in a state of confusion now," Yun Xiao said, "but he still has his strength. This body is the closest to a true dragon's body in the world, and ordinary spiritual sense can't invade it at all." "Humph!" Yuan Gaohan snorted coldly and flicked his sleeves before leaving behind only a few words. "Don't play yourself to death." Yun Xiao smiled wryly. What he was most worried about now was that Chio's mind would be contaminated by the will left in the secret of dragon and lose his mind, which would very likely cause him to fall into the devil's path. He pondered for a while and sighed. He also turned around and arrived at Mount Innerheart. Yuan Gaohan raised his eyes and coldly said, "Why are you here again?" Yun Xiao glanced at the 18 sword embryos hanging high in the cave, his eyes shining as he said, "Do you think I can use these 36 northern heaven cold swords?" Yuan Gaohan frowned, not knowing why he would ask such a question. "Of course not." He looked at the sword embryos and said, "Not to mention your current condition, even if you were at the peak of your past life, you might not be able to control them. These are 36 ninth-level profound armaments. Moreover, they are forged from the extremely precious northern heaven cold star iron. They are not ordinary ninth-level profound armaments. You're an alchemist yourself, so you should be able to understand the meaning." Yun Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, the completion of the million sword illustration requires a total of 81 sharp swords. If we can complete it, who in the world can defeat us? If you step into the peak of the art, it's still possible for you to wield 81 8th-tier mystic swords." Yuan Gaohan sneered. "That's the problem," Yun Xiao said. "It's the problem. You and I are both people who stand at the peak of the art of Tao, so you should naturally understand the difficulty of refining 81 ninth-tier profound armaments at the same time. Even the 10 Directions divine alchemist might not be able to do it." "What are you trying to say?" Yuan Gaohan asked. "I'll be honest with you. It's really tiring to talk to you." Yun Xiao smiled and took out an item. It was a broken piece of wood about 20 feet long, exuding a very strong spirit energy. Yuan Gaohan looked at the broken wood for a while and said, "Thousand Birds divine wood is extremely precious. What's even rarer is that it's 20 feet long and can be ranked as the highest grade." His eyes lit up, as if he couldn't bear to part with it. "You have a good eye, Brother Gaohan," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "I remember that your master, Amaterasu, had once refined an item that could be used to control swords. It was called the Heaven Light Sword Case." "Heaven Light Sword Case?" Yuan Gaohan was startled. He instantly understood Yun Xiao's meaning, and his face showed surprise as he said, "If it's the Heaven Light Sword Box, it might be able to strengthen your sword control. However, the million sword illustration is extremely special, and it might not be as you wish." "A road is paved with effort little by little," Yun Xiao said. "It's hard work." "I understand what you mean," Yuan Gaohan nodded. "Put down this divine wood. I will do my best to make a top-notch sword box for you. In addition, this sword case also contains a sword nurturing technique. I'll give it to you as well." "Thank you, Brother Gaohan," Yun Xiao said in a hurry, overjoyed. Regardless of the reason, he could see that Yuan Gaohan was sincerely helping him. The situation on the continent is becoming more and more strange and unpredictable. I'm just doing my best, hoping that you can become an important figure in the future. Then my hard work for you for so long won't be in vain, Yuan Gaohan said seriously. Ha ha ha. Yun Xiao laughed, but his smile suddenly froze on his face as he cried out, "Not good!" He teleported and appeared where Che Yu was unconscious. There was no one there, and a huge green passage was slowly disappearing. Yun Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly disappeared from the Divine Realm tablet and returned to his body, then opened his eyes. There was nothing strange inside the space-breaking shuttle. Che Yu didn't attack him. Old Dragon Pishio. I was careless, Ingluo. Yun Xiao's heart sank. The fact that Che Yu did not kill him proved that he had struggled out of the evil thoughts, but he had left the Divine Realm tablet and disappeared. It was clear that the remaining thoughts on the dragon's secret treasure still had a great influence on him. Boom! Suddenly, a huge tremor came from the rain. The Xuanxiang Absolute Kill formation seemed to have been activated. A strong killing intent passed through the void and entered the space-breaking shuttle. Yun Xiao was taken aback. A lunar pupil emerged in his eyes as he looked out. Within the formation, there was a desolate figure. Killing intent rose from within the formation and surged towards him. It was Che Yu. The 5 dragon guards were all shocked. They instantly appeared around the killing formation, blocking all the paths. You're also a member of the Dragon Clan? One of them asked in shock. The 5 of them were shocked to find that the dragon breath on Che Yu was even stronger than them. This was almost impossible. The dragon guards guarded the rainy land all year round. Not only did they ensure the absolute purity of their bloodline, but they also absorbed the dragon chi in the rainy land for a long time. Among the thousands of dragon descendants in the entire heavenly martial realm, the dragon guards were at the peak of the pyramid. However, the person standing in front of them was far superior to the 5 of them in terms of bloodline inheritance. Who are you? We're both descendants of the dragon. Why would you steal the bones of your ancestor? Where are your companions? All of you, come out. The 5 of them were extremely alert, carefully watching Che Yu's every move. Within the Xuanxiang Absolute Killing formation, streaks of killing intent condensed into a purple color and spread throughout the entire space. They became thicker and thicker. Che Yu's face flickered in the purple chi. He was expressionless. Impudent! I'm asking you a question. One of the dragon guards angrily shouted. No one had ever dared to be so rude in front of them. Even the king of the 4 seas had to be respectful to them. Che Yu finally raised his eyes and looked at him indifferently. The end of the sky. Where is the land of no beginning? What? The 5 of them trembled and said in shock and anger. Who the hell are you? What do you know? A mocking smile appeared on Che Yu's face as he said, Did any of you know that the scum Guangchuan can't get in touch with the core of the Rainland? So it's Guangchuan. That traitor. One of them shouted in anger. How dare you leak such confidential information? You should be cut into pieces, pierced through the bones, and refined the soul. Che Yu sneered. No, you've misunderstood him. He would rather die than submit, and I've already searched his soul. Although he's very stupid, he still has integrity and didn't embarrass our dragon clan. The 5 of them felt a sense of sorrow in their hearts. One of them roared with bloodshot eyes. You dare kill the dragon guards? Go to hell. He struck out with his palm, and the purple clouds in the entire Xuanxiang Absolute Killing formation suddenly began to spin, turning into countless steel blades that went for the center. Humph! A contemptuous sneer appeared on Che Yu's face. He made a grabbing motion towards the heaven and earth, and a green mark appeared with a dragon shadow swimming inside. The mark was suspended in the air, bobbing up and down as if it was quite heavy. Dragon Transformation Seal. A cold light flashed in Che Yu's eyes, along with a look of disdain. The green mark disintegrated in the air and turned into green dragons that shot out in all directions, piercing through the sky and earth. The fatal purple gas was instantly shaken away by the countless azure dragons, turning into thousands of fragments, like countless butterflies dancing, gradually flying into the flowers and disappearing. Yu put down his hand, he raised his head and was about to walk out of the formation. "Don't underestimate us." The other 4 dragon guards were both furious and alarmed, striking out with one seal after another. Purple storm. With the combined power of the 5 of them, boundless purple chi was formed. A shocking power gathered in the formation, threatening to kill all life. Yu stopped. A serious look flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. He grabbed in front of him with his right hand, and the power of dragon breath condensed into a spear, which flew in his hand. 3,000 karmic hindrances. Luo Ho's strike. The azure dragon breath battle spear burst out with a sharp spear light and pierced through the purple rain. The entire spear momentum was like a sharp sword that suddenly stabbed into the storm. Xianxia, who was inside the shuttle, was horrified. This spear technique was clearly the divine martial technique of Xiang. Boom! The purple rain was sliced apart by the spear formed by the dragon's breath. Boundless purple killing intent exploded in all directions, and the entire Xianxia absolute killing formation was instantly destroyed. Yu and the 5 dragon guards were all swept into it, and heaven and earth turned into a purple haze. There was no light at all, as if the chaos had yet to split apart. Xiao's crescent eyes stared at him unscrupulously. The 5 dragon guards seemed to be very afraid of the purple light and used their dragon breath to resist it. Only Yu remained calm as he walked into the distance. His entire body was covered in dragon scales, and the purple chi was unable to penetrate it. He seemed to sense that someone was peeking at him. He paused for a moment and snorted coldly before striding forward. Suddenly, Yu's body stopped and he looked up at the sky. The dark sky became unstable, and an unknown force suddenly appeared, merging into the space and directly binding his body. Even the circulation of essence force became extremely difficult. Humph! Yu snorted heavily. Xiao had searched Guang Quan's soul, and he had learned everything about the Rainy Land, which was the power of the Dragon Lock Array. Previously, in the Xianxia Absolute Kill formation, he had directly isolated the Dragon Lock spell. Now that the formation was destroyed, he was directly exposed to the rain. The power of the Dragon Lock spell came down from the sky and suppressed him. Yu's left hand formed an incantation gesture, and a seal appeared in front of him. In an instant, the seal flew into the acupuncture points on his body, and a surge of dragon power circulated, blocking the dragon's sealing force. This was the secret technique that allowed the dragon guards to travel freely in the rain without being bound by the restrictions. Yu put down his hand and looked back into the void before taking a step forward and disappearing into the purple clouds. Xiao was shocked, and he was both worried and happy. The chaotic consciousness influence on Yu seemed to be weakening, but from the move just now, it seemed like he had indeed inherited the will and god art of the secret of dragon. He didn't know if there would be any more problems in the future. He could only blame himself for being careless and allowing him to escape from the Divine Realm tablet. If he continued to trap him and continuously used the nameless clear heart mantra to cleanse his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, there might not be any problems. But it was too late for regrets now. Even in the Divine Realm tablet, Xiao was just a little stronger than him. Unless he recovered to his peak strength in his previous life, it was impossible for him to catch him again. The purple chi slowly dispersed under the dragon breath of the 5 dragon guards, and soon, a clear world was revealed. The faces of the 5 of them turned pale. With their combined strength and the Xianxia absolute killing formation, they had actually let the other party escape. They had never encountered such a situation before, so they were at a loss. Where did that person escape to? If we can't quickly find and kill him, I'm afraid that the 5 of us will be unable to escape the crime of dereliction of duty. Kill? If the 5 of us can't even keep him here, how are we supposed to kill him? Not necessarily. I think that person is at most a bit stronger than us. This time, he only used the purple chi to escape. If the 5 of us really join forces, we might be able to kill him. Alright, even if we can kill them, the rain is so vast. They've been hiding under our eyes for so long and we still can't find them. How are we going to find them now? I can only use the heaven observation mirror. Since the other party is willing to show himself, he definitely doesn't plan to hide anymore. I hope it's as you think, but I don't care about what you're saying. Have you all forgotten the questions he asked before? Oh? The land of no beginning. Damn it. His target is actually the land of no beginning. The other 4 people were greatly shocked. Let's not make wild guesses and quickly report this to the dragon head. This matter is probably going to break through the heavens. It's no longer a situation that we can easily deal with. After the 5 of them finished their discussion, they turned into 5 rays of light and flew into the sky. After a while, the space slightly rippled, and the space-breaking shuttle directly escaped from the void. Xianxia's figure emerged as he put the shuttle back into his body and muttered to himself, "At the end of the sky! What is Yu doing?" After pondering for a while, Xianxia put away his thoughts. Yu's current strength was not something he could control. Moreover, it was not clear whether he was friend or foe. Moon pupils appeared in his eyes and he began to observe his surroundings. All kinds of things were rapidly analyzed in his moon pupils. At this moment, he was extremely curious as to where Yang Yuanshu was hiding. What surprised him was that even after moon pupils scanned the area, she could not find any suspicious traces. Could he have left long ago? Xianxia had a strange look on his face, thinking that it was unlikely. Back then, the 3 corpses had attacked him together and injured him, so he hadn't had time to pay attention to Yang Yuanshu's whereabouts. But the Dragon Guard's auras had already descended, most likely sealing off the surrounding space. There was no way to escape. Humph. I don't believe you've really disappeared. Xiao's competitive spirit rose at once. He stretched out his right hand, and the dynasty bell slowly fell into his palm. This bell can travel through space and reach any place. Unless you're hiding in a transcendent-grade profound-level weapon. Watch how I shake you out. Xiao spoke into the air for a while, then slapped the bell. Dang! A melodious bell rang and spread out in all directions. Even in the endless void, there were sound waves that appeared and pushed away like lake water. Dang! Xiao closed his eyes and began to sense the sound quietly. The sound of the bell was not murderous or offensive. It was just more solemn than an ordinary bell. Suddenly, his brows furrowed slightly. His eyes widened and he looked at the ground. Apart from the hills, there were countless tiny grains of sand in the entire land of rain, all of which were the same. At that moment, Xiao's eyes were locked on a certain area of the earth. His pupils formed a complicated pattern as he searched through the area one by one, filtering the billions of gravel in his eyes. The strange pupil suddenly contracted and then opened, returning to the normal blood moon pattern. Xiao's eyes flickered with a cold gleam and he sneered. So it's a spatial profound level weapon that has turned into dust. It can actually hide the power of the weapon so perfectly. Could this profound level weapon be the legendary dust mustard seed? Boom! As soon as Xiao's voice fell, a loud rumble suddenly came from the ground, and a tiny grain of sand suddenly turned into a giant rock as tall as a man. A figure gradually appeared on the rock, and when it finally became solid, it walked down. It was Yang Yuanshu. He stared coldly at Xiao and said, "Even the dragon guards and the heaven observation mirror couldn't detect me, yet you could. However, aren't you courting death by pointing me out?" Yang Yuanshu gently patted the giant rock and absorbed it into his body. He then pointed forward. The corpses of the 3 experts stood in front of him, exuding a powerful aura. His eyes revealed a sneer as his hands formed another seal and his 5 fingers pressed down. Bang, bang, bang! The space exploded like a chain of pearls, and another 5 coffins appeared. From their appearance, they were all different, and they should have been stolen from different places. Hee, the game should continue. You can't even defeat 3 of my main generals, and now there are 5 more deputy generals. Don't you have no power to fight back? Ha 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 ha. Yang Yuanshu laughed maniacally, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. He cast an incantation seal that shot towards the 5 coffins. Cross! The 5 coffins split open and 5 similarly expressionless corpses were revealed. Yang Yuanshu laughed as he walked forward in an orderly fashion and stood behind the 3 corpses. Go! At Yang Yuanshu's command, the 8 corpses flew up into the sky with a whoosh. Each of them exuded an extremely rotten aura, but their fists and palms were still filled with Emperor Qi and regulations. The killing intent on Yunxiao's face grew stronger and stronger, and a layer of frost appeared on his face as he looked at the 8 corpses. Everyone was bound to die, but no matter who it was, no one could tolerate this kind of humiliation, let alone the powerful people who had once been all-powerful. I can kill you 10,000 times. A light flashed between Yunxiao's eyebrows, and the divine realm tablet shot out. The tablet flickered with light, and the power of the world descended, crushing the 8 corpses. Boom! A vast and mighty force descended from the sky like a torrent from the 9 heavens, as if it was going to destroy the world. The 8 corpses were instantly jolted by the mighty force. Although they weren't severely injured, their movements were slowed down. The power and skin of the corpses began to erode bit by bit, turning into nothingness and disappearing. Yunxiao tried several times to pull these corpse puppets into the divine realm tablet, but he found that their will had long been controlled by a strange force, and they were not affected by his mental power at all. Or rather, these corpse puppets no longer had their own consciousness, unless Yang Yuanshu was killed. World-shaking fist. A corpse puppet unleashed boundless fist intent, breaking through the world power and rushing out. Yunxiao transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. One of his arms held up the sunset cloud mirror, and the mirror's light shone down and captured the general. Then, he grabbed the hammer with one arm and smashed it down. Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The general moved slowly under the mirror light. He threw a punch at the lightning, but halfway through, the lightning turned into a sea of lightning and fell down. Boom! The corpse puppet was forced back under the suppression of the world's power, and the skin in front of it was charred black. The rest of the corpse puppets also displayed their ultimate skills. Under their joint efforts, a terrifying aura spread out, changing unpredictably like a cloud. The vast power of the divine realm tablet was shaken off by this force. As the light flickered, 2 figures flew out from it. They were the minister and the evil spirit. 2 powerful auras spread out and pressed down on the corpse puppets. Ah? What is this? Yang Yuanshu was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why 2 more people had suddenly appeared. Moreover, their strength was at the level of a 9 stars martial emperor, and their aura alone was enough to suppress the restless corpse puppet. Ah, this power! Haha! The evil spirit was suddenly overjoyed. Under the effects of the dragon lock spell, Guangquan's body was not shackled. Instead, it was recovering at an extremely fast speed. Humph! A corpse puppet? A murderous look flashed across the faces of the guests. No matter who saw this scene, they would not have a good expression. Arg! You're Xuanji's guest. Yang Yuanshu suddenly cried out, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The guest's pupils shrank, and his eyes were like lightning. He shouted, "Who are you?" Yang Yuanshu was startled by Yunxiao's shout, and he immediately came back to his senses. He looked at Yunxiao and said in shock, "You're the one who spied on me and my master through the connection of the imprint that day? Do you think the world is very small?" Yunxiao sneered, "I'm not going to let you go." The guest was also an extremely intelligent person, and with a flash of inspiration, he immediately said angrily, "You're the one who planted the brand in my body." Yang Yuanshu's expression darkened. After a brief moment of shock, he gradually regained his calm and coldly said, "So what if I am? I thought the sample ran away and couldn't be found, but since you've sent it back, it's great." He raised the jade flute in his hand and started to play. A woo-woo sound immediately reverberated as the 8 corpse puppets' empty eyes suddenly narrowed and gave off a demonic light. An extremely strong rotting corpse chi spread out, causing people to feel nauseated. Peepa! The official's face was ashen. He clenched his fists, and golden light floated from his body. Strange phenomena appeared in the surroundings as he walked towards the corpse puppet. The enemy in the dark that they had always been unaware of had appeared so arrogantly in front of them. A cruel sneer appeared on the guest's face as he raised his fist and punched out. A corpse puppet also sent out a powerful fist wind, and a fist shaking the world collided with it. The two fist intents turned into a nebula in the air and pressed against each other. It was as if two stars had collided with each other, and the spiritual pressure shot out and spread out into the sky. A cold look flashed in the eyes of the guest. He increased the strength of his fist and instantly suppressed the power of the other party's fist. The terrifying pressure slowly moved downward, like a setting sun, its afterglow illuminating the land in a bleak manner. After all, the corpse puppet didn't have the power it had when it was alive. Even though Yang Yuanshu's flute music had pushed it to its limits, it still couldn't block the angry punch of the guest and minister. It only stared at the power of the falling nebula with its evil eyes, without the slightest emotion. Yang Yuanshu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly changed the tune of his flute, changing from a monosony to a winding and rugged tune that made one feel irritated. The rest of the corpse puppets became active and attacked the guests and officials. A corpse puppet condensed a sword in its hand and flew up, using a sword technique to break through the clouds. Suddenly, the evil spirit's figure moved and appeared in front of the guest. He took out Guangquan's axe and slashed down. Bang! The axe light directly cut through the sword light, and the two forces collided in the air. The aftermath blasted in all directions and even sent a shock wave back at the two. However, Guangquan's physical body was extremely strong, and he was unscathed. Although the corpse puppet had been cut countless times by the sharp light, it didn't know pain, dodge, or escape. Its eyes still emitted an evil light as it coldly stared at the evil spirit. The evil spirit laughed and said, "Ha ha! This power was too carefree. However, I can't control it very well right now, so I'll just use this puppet as a practice." The body of a 9-stars martial emperor and the powerful body of a dragon made him extremely excited. He roared a few times and rushed toward the corpse puppet. Moreover, the entire rain ground was filled with power, as if it was an endless spring of power. After the axe was swung, it gushed in like a spring, enough for him to stand in an invincible place. The remaining corpse puppets also all attacked the guests, especially the chief general, Guan Yen, who slashed his sword across the sky. The sword ray shot into the fist nebula, finally breaking the weak balance. Boom, boom, boom! The terrifying power of the fist exploded, and a huge force soared into the sky, swallowing everyone. The guest faced the force that was charging at him and stepped forward instead. Golden light floated from his body and blocked all the force. He grabbed at the general coldly. The angrier he was, the calmer he looked. The 7 corpse puppets rushed up one after another, each using their unique skills to bombard the guests and officials. Cold sweat began to drip down Yang Yuanshu's cheeks. The situation seemed to be a little off, especially after the ministers and officials had become 9-stars martial sovereigns. Their strength was far above that of ordinary 9-stars martial sovereigns. On the other hand, his 3 generals only had the strength of a 9-stars martial emperor when they joined forces. At this moment, the 7 corpse puppets were only able to fight to a draw with the guests. The power of his divine body had completely suppressed his opponent. Besides, Yunxiao was also there, watching him coldly from the side. He stood quietly on the divine realm tablet, looking like a jade tree in the wind, with a fearless look, which made him feel very uneasy. "Humph, I'll let you off today, but I'll take your lives in the future." When Yang Yuanshu saw that the situation wasn't looking good, he began to think of retreating and running. "Oh, you're too polite. It's better to take our lives today than to choose another day." Yunxiao teleported together with the divine realm tablet, and in the next moment he appeared above Yang Yuanshu. He spread out the power of the world and sealed off the entire space. Yang Yuanshu was shocked. The terrifying white power sent a chill down his spine. He was also a great alchemist, but he had never seen such a profound level weapon. "Let's talk this out. We're all alchemists, and we appreciate each other's talents. Why do we have to fight and kill? Xiao raised his eyes and said, "It's not impossible to appreciate each other. Let go of your divine sense first. Let me take control of your body. Then we can have a good talk." Yang Yuanshu's expression changed drastically as he said, "How can this be? As an alchemist, would you be willing to do it if you were me? Then there's nothing to discuss." Xiao waved his hand, and the divine realm tablet flew out, turning into a small mountain and falling from the sky. Yang Yuanshu hurriedly blew his flute to summon the 8 corpse puppets, but they were all suppressed by the officials and evil spirits. Moreover, they were being forced back and were completely unable to spare any time. He immediately understood that he had to rely on himself now. The jade flute hurriedly drew a seal in the air and shot up into the sky, trying to break through the power of the world. Bang! The light of the jade flute was like a praying mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was instantly drowned by the power of the world, and the entire divine realm tablet fell down with a loud bang. Boom! A light flashed on Yang Yuanshu's body, and a set of battle clothes automatically appeared to protect him. However, it only lasted for a breath's time before it was suddenly shattered. Boom boom! The divine realm tablet shook, and the whole earth shook. Yang Yuanshu spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. With a sneer, Xiao teleported over and formed a huge hand in the air, which grabbed down. Yang Yuanshu's face was filled with fear, but at this moment, he had no choice but to let the giant claw grab him and drag him into the divine realm tablet while struggling with all his might. Xiao performed an incantation gesture, and the divine realm tablet shone with a blinding light again, pressing toward the battlefield in the distance. The power of the world was like a ray of auspicious light shining on the earth, sprinkling down. The corpse puppet and the officials who were locked in a fierce battle were all sucked in. Then Xiao changed his hand seal, and the divine realm tablet flew back into his body. After the battle just now, the entire ground was already full of potholes. Xiao could not help but feel suspicious. The battle with Yang Yuanshu in the underground tomb was far less intense than it was now, and it had even attracted the dragon guards. There was no sign of the dragon guards. The entire rainy land was like a deathly still sky, devoid of life. He pondered for a moment, then turned into a bolt of lightning and flew into the sky. In Guangquan's memory, there was the location of the dragon lock spell in the center of the rainland. That place was located in an independent space, and it was the hub of the entire land of rain. The dragon lock spell did not seem to only suppress dragons from outside and provide power to the dragon guards. There seemed to be other secrets. However, Guangxuan's level was too low, and what he knew was very limited. As for the end of the sky, the land of no beginning, where the son of the true dragon, the true body of the first dragon, was stored, Guangxuan knew nothing about it. If Yu really wanted to go to the land of no beginning, there was only one way. Xiao's pupils constricted as he murmured to himself, "That is to find the dragon head." Lightning flashed through the air above the rain. He seemed to understand why there were no signs of the dragon guards. They had most likely gone to kill Yu. Therefore, at this moment, there should be no guards around the dragon sealing great array, which was the best time to get the dragon-shaking mallet. Xiao's guess was right. Of all the dragon guards, only the dragon head knew where the so-called end of the sky was. Therefore, Yu openly went to the dragon guards' Cultivation Place Dragon Gathering Island. Yu looked at the countless water clouds in the sky. The water flowing down from the clouds formed a waterfall in the sky. The sound of water could be heard. Tens of thousands of water vapor rose from it. Besides containing the water power of the world, it was almost liquid spiritual qi, which could make people feel relaxed and happy. The waterfall where Xiao had collected the water energy of heaven and earth was just a corner where all the water gathered. The Dragon Gathering Island was one of the floating islands, quietly floating above the waterfall, becoming the highest point of the whole rain land, overlooking the wondrous scene of 10,000 streams. "Humph, how dare you? He actually came to us." A cold voice came from the Dragon Gathering Island. "Since you're here, it proves that you're extremely confident in your strength. Why don't you come up and let me see who you are? Che Yu's eyes were cold. He turned into a ray of light expressionlessly and rushed into the waterfall, landing on Dragon Gathering Island. The whole island was filled with green mountains and clear waters, and spiritual chi floated around. It was very familiar with the place where they had come from Donghai Palace. However, in the center of the island, there was a magnificent statue of a giant dragon. The shape of the dragon was extremely lifelike, and it gave off an aura of might without being angry. When Che Yu looked over, his heart trembled. Just that fake dragon, I seemed to shoot out something that directly penetrated his soul, causing him to hurriedly withdraw his thoughts and not dare to look again. The statue had been standing there for countless years. Even Guangxuan did not know when it was built. Eh? You're also a dragon? That cold voice rang out. In an instant, several figures appeared around Che Yu. The one in the lead was the dragon head, and his eyes were filled with shock and coldness. Che Yu calmed his mind. He looked at the dragon head and said, "As a dragon, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Tell me where the end of the sky and the land of no beginning are." What? All the dragon guards were shocked and then extremely furious. Their eyes spewed fire, as if they had touched their reverse scale. The dragon head's expression also turned cold. Boundless killing intent shot out from his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Your goal is the first dragon ancestor." "Yes," Che Yu said indifferently. The dragon head's eyes lit up and he said coldly, "Then there's no need to talk." He waved his hand and said coldly, "Kill!" Several dragon guards on the side were already furious. Upon hearing the order, they immediately rushed forward, and a total of 5 powerful auras spread out, sealing the sky and earth. Waves of dragon power rose into the air and pushed forward like ocean waves, wanting to completely devour Che Yu. Che Yu's expression was calm. This situation was completely within his expectations. He calmly raised his hand. His eyes were filled with a crystal-clear green light. Through the true dragon's tear in his eyes, he could clearly see the 5 people's ultimate skills. It was like they were in slow motion, as if they were practicing martial arts. The dragon head looked at the green tears in his eyes and seemed to realize something. Its body suddenly trembled and revealed an expression of shock. Che Yu's hand glowed with a golden light as he punched towards the first person. A vortex swirled beneath the fist, producing countless hissing sounds as it accurately struck the tip of the dragon guard's fist. Pai li pa la. The sound of bones cracking rang out as the forearm's bone was completely shattered, but the dragon guard's face was still filled with anger, and before he could even feel the pain from his fist, Che Yu had already stomped on the ground and passed by him. His entire right arm glowed with a golden light, and he swung it down like a large blade, smashing into the chest of a dragon guard and breaking through his protective dragon chi. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them were instantly sent flying. The attacks of the other 3 also arrived one after another, close at hand. Che Yu retracted his hands and punched back. Boom! The power of the fist collided with the attacks of the 2 dragon guards, and the force of the blow was reflected back at the 3 of them. Bang! Bang! The 2 dragon guards were instantly sent flying. A golden light suddenly appeared on Che Yu's body. His jade-like skin turned golden, as if he was wearing a golden armor, giving off an awe-inspiring aura. Bang! The golden light on his arm kept shooting out, but it couldn't penetrate his body. Although Che Yu had stopped the 4 of them, the last dragon guard's fist was like a shooting star, finally landing on his chest and creating an explosive sound. Bang! A part of Chio's chest caved in. The dragon guard's eyes widened in anger as he poured endless dragon force into his fist, trying to break a hole in his body. Yaya! Che Yu's face twisted from the pain. He roared and clenched his fists. A ray of golden light flickered from his fist and spread from his arm to his entire body. His entire body became transparent, and a golden bone appeared. One could vaguely see that the dragon guard's fist had landed directly on the golden bone, unable to penetrate it in the slightest. The golden light circulated in the bone banner and gathered in front of his chest. A golden light broke out of his body and shook off the fist force. Bang! The dragon guard felt a sharp pain in his fist, as if it had been cut open by a knife, and he cried out in pain as he pulled back his arm. A cold light flashed in Che Yu's eyes. He instantly moved forward and also sent out a punch. True martial dragon fist. Bang! The dragon guard hurriedly used his left hand to block, but his left fist also exploded. The dragon power of his opponent had shattered his defense, and he was sent flying after spitting out a mouthful of blood. The entire dragon gathering island fell silent, and only the sound of water could be heard. The 5 dragon guards had actually been forced to retreat in defeat. On the other hand, the other party had only used a few ordinary martial techniques, and he still seemed to be at ease. The anger on everyone's faces had completely disappeared, turning into boundless shock. There was even a little shame in their eyes. One by one, they wanted to rush up again, as if they were going to fight with their lives. "What's the point of continuing?" Che Yu said indifferently. The dragon head's expression was extremely serious as it ordered the 5 of them to retreat. He looked at Che Yu carefully. After a long time, he said, "How many dragon artifacts have you refined? You were the one who stole the golden bones of our ancestor." "I don't need to answer the first question," Che Yu said. "The second question." "No." "Humph. You're lying." The dragon head coldly raised its hand and pointed at him, shouting, "Just now, your body clearly had supreme golden bones." Che Yu slowly breathed in and out the surrounding spiritual qi to replenish his energy and the small wound on his chest. He said slowly, "These golden bones did indeed come from the rain, but I didn't steal them." He realized that after using that special technique, the dragon lock spell, which was supposed to suppress attributes, had instantly turned into a source of power. It wasn't just his body that had recovered quickly. Even the 5 dragon guards had recovered extremely quickly, fully recovering in no time. The strangeness of the array piqued his curiosity, but his research on the Tao of arrays was limited, so he could not figure out anything about it unless Yunxiao was here. At the thought of Yunxiao, a strange and complicated look appeared on his face, but it soon disappeared. The dragon head had been staring at the changes in his expression and noticed that he was emotional. It thought that he had exposed his theft and made him feel ashamed. It immediately sneered, "You think I'll believe you? Do I need to lie to you?" Che Yu said indifferently. The dragon head was stunned and frowned. With the other party's strength, there was no need to lie to him. He immediately thought of the key point, and his face darkened. "You mean there are other people? I understand now. Were you the one who caused the fight in the tomb? While you're gone, you'll be looking for a place to fuse with your golden bones." The dragon head's expression became extremely unsightly. This mysterious person's strength was unfathomable, giving him a huge headache. If there was another person with strength that could match him, then it would be really troublesome. "Not everything, but a little," Che Yu replied. "I know that you're the only one in the entire land of rain who knows the location of the land of no beginning. Are you going to tell me or have a good battle with me?" A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his expression was calm, as if he was at the mercy of the emperor. "Ha! Arrogant." Chief Long laughed and said coldly, "You think you're invincible just because you've fused with some dragon's secret treasures? Today, I'll see how much the dragon's heirloom can improve a small fry." An ear-piercing sound rang out, causing one's eardrums to hurt. The dragon's head crossed its arms in front of its chest, and its entire body instantly rushed forward. As it was too fast, it directly compressed the air. Under the huge wave-like pressure, green smoke actually rose and burned the air. Che Yu's pupils shrank and a hint of fear flashed through his eyes. Under the observation of the true dragon's tear, he could only catch the speed of the other party. His face turned cold, and he used his true martial dragon fist to meet the pressure. "Humph!" The dragon head sneered and raised its hand, punching out. Bang! It wasn't as earth-shattering as they had imagined. It was just a slight muffled sound, but it shook everyone's hearts, as if it was crushing their hearts. As the two fists collided, Che Yu's fist slightly shrank back, and the muscles of his entire arm shriveled up. The sound of metal rubbing against metal came from his golden bones. as if someone was rubbing sand on them. Che-Yu's expression finally changed. The other party's physical strength was actually above his. How was this possible? Che-Yu's eyes were filled with shock, while the other party had a cold smile on his face. The dragon head's mouth was filled with mockery as it said, "Hee hee. A body fused with a dragon's heirloom is only at this level? I'm so disappointed." In his rage, Che-Yu transformed into a half-dragon, and a dragon tail appeared behind him. The space around him started to burn, and the air exploded as he attacked his opponent's head. Humph! The dragon head snorted again and raised its left hand to block in front of its body. Pa! The dragon's tail swept across the opponent's left arm, sending up a green light that was surrounded by black cracks. The dragon head's expression changed. The power of the tail had numbed his arm. The huge force was like 1,000 caddies pushing him back, forcing him to retreat several feet. His entire left arm was charred black and numb. Although it was only a flesh wound, it made him extremely furious. The surrounding dragon guards were also greatly shocked. Even they didn't know just how strong the dragon head was. It was like an unfathomable ocean. In their usual training, they would also train to work together against an enemy. But they had never seen the dragon's head get hurt in the slightest. This was the first time. Che-Yu's heart was filled with shock. The power of the tail just now was more than 80% of his strength. He originally thought that it would be enough to send the other party flying, but it was only a few feet back. The strength of this dragon head was far above his estimation. Peak 9-star. Che-Yu's expression had never been so serious before. He was extremely alert. There was only one explanation for such a powerful force, and that was that the person in front of him was already standing before the end of the martial Dao. And it didn't seem to be just that. Hee hee. I'm surprised that you can hurt me. The dragon head's eyes flickered with coldness as it said, "I'm going to grind your bones and scatter your ashes, you little fish." Che-Yu's heart jolted as an immense sense of danger enveloped him. All the hair on his body stood on end as his dragon breath's power rose to its maximum. Boom! The dragon's head didn't seem to move, and a force as powerful as the heavens descended, seemingly about to destroy everything. In this extremely dangerous situation, Che-Yu finally found the source of the power through the true dragon's tear. It was the statue of Shilong in the center of Dragon Gathering Island. True Dragon Avatar. Ruo Xiang's martial technique Dharma body was directly displayed, turning into the shape of a dragon. Boundless violent intent gushed out and rose into the sky. The dragon head took a step forward and raised its hand. A sharp light that could destroy everything descended from the sky and slashed towards Che-Yu. Che-Yu only felt death approaching. The other party had completely suppressed him with 2 moves. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he instantly transformed into a human. His hands formed a strange seal, and a golden light floated from his palms, forming a golden barrier. At the same time, a blinding light rushed out of his body and formed the shape of a dragon in front of him. As soon as this force was released, the sea of clouds churned and the sky and earth surged. The dragon head's expression instantly became extremely horrified as it cried out, "True dragon technique!" Boom! The sharp light slashed down and directly stabbed the dragon-shaped power, causing it to collapse. Che-Yu also spat out a mouthful of blood. He was forced back a few hundred feet before he could stop himself. He raised his head in fear and stared at the dragon head. The ray of light from before landed and directly stabbed into the ground. It was actually a sharp sword, emitting a chilling light. "You actually know the true dragon art. Who the hell are you?" The dragon head's expression became ferocious as it roared. Che-Yu wiped the blood from his mouth and asked suspiciously, "You know about the true dragon art? How did you know?" The dragon head's expression changed several times before it finally said coldly, "Humph. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. I can roughly guess your background. No matter who you are, if you dare to have designs on the first dragon ancestor, you must die." He made a grabbing motion in the air and the sword flew into his hand with a clang sound. He then walked towards Che-Yu with a murderous aura. Che-Yu felt a little bitter in his heart. The power of this dragon head was much stronger than what Guangquan had estimated in his memory. Moreover, the statue of the first dragon in the center was also very problematic. With the combination of these two factors, not only did he have no chance of winning, but even his life seemed to be in danger. If he hadn't used his trump card just now, he would probably have been beheaded. He made up his mind and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have made a decision. He straightened his body and made a seal with one hand. All the spiritual chi in the surroundings suddenly gushed toward him, and it was as if everything within a radius of several hundred meters had been sucked dry. The dragon head was stunned, and its expression darkened. He stared coldly at Cheyu. His victory was already in his grasp. He wanted to see what other methods the other had. He slowed down his pace. At the same time, in the city of Yanwu in the southern region, it was bustling with people. Since the collapse of Mount Meru and the leakage of spiritual energy, the entire city of Yanwu had developed into one of the few holy places for cultivation in the world. It was not just the Firecrow Kingdom, but all the powerful cultivators in the entire southern region had gathered here from all over the place. It had long since developed into the largest city in the entire southern region. Almost all the sects had set up branches in Yanwu and set up cultivation venues. Of course, all of this had to be done by paying a sufficient amount of primordial stones to the city lord's office in exchange for the qualifications. There was no lack of talented people in the southern region, but because of the lack of spiritual energy, it caused the imbalance of strength in the entire region, and the appearance of martial venerables became angular. During the few years when Mount Meru provided spiritual chi, a large number of geniuses had broken through to the 8th Desolation Realm Martial Supreme, and many top experts had begun to strive for the 9 Heavens Martial Sovereign Realm. This month, another 9 small sects have moved here. If this continues, Yanwu will probably become a first-rate power on the continent. In the mayor's mansion, Li Chongfeng was holding a report in his hand. He was so proud of himself that he was beaming with joy. He and Li Chunyang were the only 2 people in the hall. After Yunxiao left, the father and son took over Yanwu and carefully took care of it. Moreover, the 2 of them had also made a huge breakthrough in their strength. Li Chunyang had directly stepped into the martial emperor realm, but due to his age and talent, he had already reached the peak of his life. Therefore, he was a little disheartened and began to focus on the management and development of Yanwu. Li Chunyang seemed to have gotten used to it. He nodded and said, "Now, the entire southern region is in an unprecedented development opportunity. It's all thanks to Mount Meru. I don't know how much spiritual energy will flow out of Mount Meru. There can be an endless amount of them," Li Chongfeng said with a smile. "I think it'll be enough to fill the entire southern region." Suddenly, a servant's anxious voice came from outside the hall. "Not good, not good." The door of the hall was knocked open, and a servant barged in. Li Chongfeng's face darkened. "How can you be so flustered?" he shouted. The servant became even more flustered after being reprimanded. He stuttered, "No, it's bad. It's bad." Li Chunyang frowned. He knew the servant in front of him, and he knew that he was not a reckless person. He could not help but feel suspicious and asked, "If there's anything, say it slowly. There's no need to rush." The servant swallowed a few times before saying, "Something has happened to Mount Meru." What happened?" Li Chongfeng jumped up. He had just mentioned Mount Meru, and something had happened there? And what could happen to Mount Meru? He immediately thought of a possibility and exclaimed, "Could it be that the spiritual energy has finally run out?" "No, no." The servant hurriedly shook his head. "Your sister. Can't you explain it clearly?" Li Zhongfeng was furious. He grabbed the servant and almost suffocated him. The servant's face was completely red. He pointed outside, then to the sky, and kept gesturing with his hands. "What are you talking about?" Li Zhongfeng went mad and pushed him to the ground. He wanted to kill him. Li Chunyang was also a little impatient. After all, the matter of Mount Meru was of great importance. He said in a deep voice, "Let's go out and take a look." When the 2 of them flew out of the hall, the entire city of Yanwu was in an uproar. Many people flew into the sky and looked at the sky in horror. "Ah, This is Yingluo. Li Chunyang and his son were dumbfounded as well. The crack in the sky, which used to be the opening of Mount Meru, had been pouring spiritual energy down, but at this moment, it was undergoing a great change. The spiritual energy had already been cut off, and halos began to spread out from the gap. Like the sun, they shone down with immense might. In the halo, a small mountain could be vaguely seen. It flickered and appeared at times, emitting a crystal-like light. The entire sky was illuminated by this strange phenomenon, and the city of Yanwu was shrouded in an auspicious atmosphere. This process lasted for a long time before the light began to converge and retreat into the gap. The colorful colored glass mountain appeared and disappeared into the sky with a loud bang. Ah! Li Changfeng couldn't help but exclaim. After all the light faded away, there was only a huge black hole in the sky. The magnificent scene of spiritual energy flying down from the 9 heavens was no longer present, and Yanwu instantly became much dimmer. Everyone in the city was dumbfounded. This situation had caught everyone off guard. All of a sudden, the city was completely silent, and everyone looked at the sky in a daze. It was all thanks to Mount Meru, one of the 4 great immortal realms, that Yanwu could become the world's holy land for cultivation. What should we do with Yingluo? Li Zhangfeng was the first one to open his mouth wide and scream. Li Chunyang looked at the black hole that was slowly gathering in the sky, sighed, and said, "Perhaps the fortune of Yanwu will end here." Li Zhangfeng was not willing to give up. "No way! It's over? There's an endless amount of space in there. It shouldn't be a problem for it to flow for hundreds or thousands of years." "You can't be too greedy," Li Chunyang said. "Yanwu is now comparable to all the major cultivation holy lands, and it has attracted the covetous eyes of all parties. Now that Mount Meru had disappeared, it might not be a bad sign. As for where Yanwu will go in the future, I believe Yunxiao will have his own arrangements, so there's no need for us to worry. We'll take care of the city now, and when he comes back, we'll give him a brand new city." Li Zhangfeng sighed, but they couldn't do anything about it. They didn't even know what had happened on Mount Meru. Meanwhile, in the East Ocean, the Rainland, and the dragon-gathering island, thousands of miles away, the seals in Che Yu's hands were extremely complicated and strange. They were not the techniques of this era. His body glowed with golden light and a powerful energy burst out from his body, making him look like he was not in this space, as if he could leave at any time. The dragon head held the long sword and stared at him coldly. He was the strongest existence in the rain. He had a look of victory in his hands, wanting to see what tricks the other party would play. Che Yu's face was extremely solemn, but suddenly, a flash of joy appeared in his eyes. He snorted coldly, "You're indeed very strong. It's not an exaggeration to say that you're number 1 in the dragon clan in the world today. However, no matter how powerful he is only a peak 9 star, so how can he make you look down on your opponent like this? Just a peak 9 star. That's enough." The dragon head laughed and mocked. As soon as he said these 3 words, his expression suddenly changed, revealing a shocked expression as he looked up into the sky. A beam of colorful light suddenly shot out from the waterfall. The color was crystal clear, like glass, symbolizing an auspicious light. Then the space began to tremble violently. The might of heaven from the glass light pressed down like countless meteorites falling to the ground. It was suffocating. The 5 dragon guards paled in shock. One of them said in shock, "Who is it?" Everyone thought that the other party's strong reinforcements had arrived, and they were all on guard. Boom! A hole was suddenly blasted open in the myriad waterfall by a great force. A colorful glass mountain appeared on the floating dragon-gathering island and whizzed down. The entire mountain was almost transparent and clear, but it was flashing with flowing light, and one could not see inside. Even the shape of colored glass mountain was unstable, making it impossible to see its true form. The dragon head's expression changed drastically, and it said in shock, "This aura, could it be a swan and I?" A complicated expression appeared on Che Yu's face. He sneered, "The dragon guards from the ancient times do recognize this as well." The dragon head's body trembled, and it could no longer remain calm. The sword in his hand suddenly stabbed into the ground, and a green dragon's breath rushed up from behind him. His hands quickly formed a seal, and runes flew out from his hands, dancing around like butterflies. Under the pressure of the colorful glass mountain, a vast power quickly condensed. The face of the first dragon statue seemed to become a little ferocious, exuding a primitive and ancient aura. The power that was used to intimidate Yu descended once more and combined with the dragon head's power. A huge green dragon carving seal appeared, and the entire time and space seemed to freeze. Even the falling momentum of Mount Meru stopped. The dragon head roared and slammed his hands into the sky. A mighty force spread out in his palms, and a dragon's roar instantly rushed out from the seal. It soared through the 9 heavens and blasted towards Mount Meru. Boom! The two forces collided, and a huge light scattered in all directions. The entire dragon-gathering island trembled nonstop. As the shock waves of these two forces spread out, the myriad waterfall was like a broken silver plate, shaking all over the sky. Yu's heart shook. His eyes revealed a look of shock as he said, "How can he be so powerful? Where did you get the strength to resist this thing?" Under the pressure of the two forces, the dragon head's face became extremely distorted, and its eyes flashed with a cold light. Endless dragon breath surged in his body, seemingly endless and without end. Although it was extremely difficult, he had indeed carried the Mount Meru glazed tile down. "It seems that I have underestimated you." Yu's expression was serious like never before. He released the hand seal and opened his hands on both sides. He raised his hands above his head and formed another strange hand seal. As soon as the seal appeared, he turned into a giant in an instant. His body shot out thousands of rays of light which were like the shimmy glass. The man and the mountain reflected each other. The dragon's head swallowed with difficulty. Its eyes widened and revealed extreme shock. It looked at the colorful changes in the Mount Meru in the sky, and fear began to appear in its eyes. The mountain gradually disappeared, and the light converged toward the center, slowly condensing into a sharp sword. The sword essence trembled, and the sound of a dragon moving was heard. It was extremely lifelike. As soon as the sword was drawn, it shone with a brilliant light. The primeval force on Dragon Gathering Island was instantly defeated, and the waterfall of thousands of water flowed against the current. "It's indeed this sword." The dragon head let out a shocked roar as if it had seen something unbelievable. Its entire body turned cold, and it could no longer remain calm. However, after a brief moment of fear, his expression suddenly sank and his eyes became extremely serious. His hands quickly formed seals and afterimages appeared in the air. They were actually similar to the seals that Yu had formed. At this moment, Yu's body was like glass. He was like a god as he looked down at the ground. "Since you recognize this sword, you should know the purpose of my visit to the land of no beginning, right? In this world, only I, Yu, have the right to enter the end of the sky, the land of no beginning." The dragon's head withstood the tremendous pressure under the sound of the sword's hum, and its body trembled non-stop like a sieve. Other than the boundless power of the sword, there was also an unparalleled pressure that directly affected the soul. "In your dreams, the dragon guards exist to protect the land of no beginning," he roared through gritted teeth. "Unless we all die." He raised his head and roared. His body transformed into a dragon, and the seals in his hands changed. The mountains on Dragon Gathering Island shook. 1, 2, 3 dense rays of light shot up from the island into the sky, forming a great formation. The 5 dragon guards were all shocked. Even they didn't know that the entire Dragon Gathering Island was actually a formation tool. Countless rays of light illuminated the surroundings. The dragon head was in the center of the formation, and its expression became calmer and calmer. The 5 dragon guards were all 9-star martial sovereigns, who stood at the peak of the continent. However, under this boundless power, he realized how small he was. Yu's expression also changed. He took a step forward and appeared beside the sword. He said coldly, "Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for not considering our sect ties. His left hand formed an incantation gesture, and he said, "There is no self in Sumeru." The sword essence spun and slowly descended. It was as if it was not a sword that was falling, but an entire world. The dragon head's face was extremely terrifying as it said in a cold voice, "Is the world sword of the true dragon ancestor only the Shumi Anata in your hand?" "What?" Che-Yu's body trembled as he looked down in shock. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. The Dragon Gathering Islands formation was activated. An endless power poured into the sword in front of the dragon head. A supreme majesty was unsealed, and it let out a long cry that pierced the soul. The 5 dragon guards' eardrums were shattered by this sudden hell. The tribulation is endless. Che-Yu was shocked. Boundless power rippled out from the sword, which shone with the array of the entire Dragon Gathering Island. The vast power soared into the sky and contended with the Shumi Entering sword. The light of the 2 swords broke through the Dragon Gathering Island. Like the blazing sun, they emitted boundless light and illuminated the entire land of rain. Alone, Yunxiao flew through the air like a bolt of lightning, covering 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Soon, they arrived at the center of the rainy land in Guangquan's memory. It was an empty sky without anything unusual. He made a hand seal and shot out several rays of light that flew into the air and disappeared. Following a series of explosions, the entire sky split open, and a large amount of astonishing spiritual energy gushed out, forming a landscape. Yunxiao was about to fly into it when a beam of light suddenly shone down from the sky. He suddenly teleported 100 meters away and dodged the light. A mirror surface appeared in the sky, flashed, and then disappeared. This must be the Heaven Observation Mirror. Yunxiao did not know what kind of divine power the mirror had except for its ability to shine and reveal itself, so he did not dare to approach it rashly. With a flash between his eyebrows, the calabash little King Kong flew out and headed toward the landscape. Ripples appeared in the sky once again. The Heaven Observation Mirror appeared and the mirror's light shone down. The gourd little King Kong's body froze, as if it had sensed a strange force in its body. It raised its head and looked at the sky. Its 4 limbs became sluggish, and its movements became extremely slow. Yunxiao looked over and saw a thin layer of light covering the body of the little King Kong gourd. It looked like a water membrane, and it was extremely sticky, constantly slowing down the little King Kong gourd's movements. Clang! Suddenly, a ray of light shot out of the Heaven Observation Mirror and slashed at the gourd little King Kong. Bang! The ray of light hit the gourd little King Kong directly and bounced off, leaving only a shallow mark on the gourd little King Kong's body. Eh? A voice of disbelief and suspicion came from the void, as if he couldn't believe it. The corners of Yunxiao's mouth turned up as he shot out a beam of light from his finger. Swish! A hole was burned in the sky. The finger radiance was blocked by a force and extinguished instantly. The hole cracked open, and a beautiful figure slowly walked out. Her face was as cold as frost as she stared at Yunxiao. "Guangquan?" Yunxiao asked. The dragon tribe woman's body trembled as she exclaimed, "You know me? Who are you?" Yunxiao chuckled. He had heard her name when he was hiding in the space-breaking shuttle. "Just you? What about the other dragon guards? Who exactly are you?" Guangquan became alert and shouted. "He, as expected, he's alone." Yunxiao grinned evilly as he teleported into the space. Guangquan wanted to stop him, but she stopped in the end. Her eyes were cold, and she knew that she would attack as soon as Yunxiao was bound by the Heaven Observation Mirror. However, when the other party stepped into the mirror, a thin layer of water vapor covered his body. It was as if he was a water elemental incarnation. He could move without any obstacles in the mirror, and in just a few steps he had already walked 100 meters. "Stop!" Guangquan was shocked and shouted. She was anxious and did not understand why the other party was not affected by the Heaven Observation Mirror. She hurriedly cast a seal into the air, and the Heaven Observation Mirror immediately shot out a slash, breaking through the air. Yunxiao chuckled and raised his head, the power of the moon pupils appearing in his eyes. The slash whizzed down and directly cut into his eyes before being absorbed. Guangquan was first overjoyed, but then he was shocked. He revealed a look of disbelief and was at a loss. It was not until Yunxiao put away the calabash little King Kong and disappeared from the heaven observation mirror that she suddenly came to her senses and immediately chased after him. It was a vast expanse of green mountains and clear waters. A huge formation appeared in the sky, shining with light. Eh? You're actually showing it off so generously. I thought it would take some effort. After a moment of surprise, Yunxiao began to carefully observe the array. This was a great array. The reason why it was said to be big was because the array's surface extended for who knew how many kilometers. It was as if it had directly merged into the sky, and the entire dome had turned into a great array. The formation was integrated into one, and no trace could be found. While Yunxiao was thinking about how to find the array core, several beams of light flew over and surrounded him. Guangquan also flew over in a few flashes and held the heaven observation mirror in front of him. His face was cold and serious. "Sister Guangquan, who is this person?" one of them asked. His face was delicate and young. Yunxiao glanced at them. There were 5 of them, including Guangquan, and they were all high-level martial sovereigns, but the strongest was only an 8 stars martial sovereign. There were 17 dragon guards at the moment, and Guangquan was dead. As he had guessed, the dragon head and 10 9-star martial sovereigns had already surrounded Cheiyu. A trace of worry flickered in Yunxiao's eyes, and he began to worry for Cheiyu. However, when she thought about his body, although it wasn't the real 9 secrets, it had fused with 7 dragon secret treasures, a real dragon's dragon shell, golden dragon bones, and Xiang's blood. He was probably not far from the real 9 secrets dragon body. Even if he couldn't defeat the dragon guards, he should be able to protect himself. Only when he thought of this did he relax a little. Guangyan's face was frosty as she said coldly, "You're the intruder who escaped the detection of the heaven observation mirror. How dare you take the initiative to come to our door?" Although she appeared fierce, she was actually extremely shocked in her heart. Not only did the heaven observation mirror have no effect on him, but how did he leave the Xuanxiang absolute kill formation and the siege of 5 9-star martial sovereigns? Moreover, when he checked with his divine consciousness, the other party did indeed only have the strength of a 4-star martial emperor. What? An intruder! The other 4 were shocked and glared at him. Their killing intent increased even more when they found out that Yunxiao only had the power of a 4-star martial emperor. "Sister Guangquan," Yunxiao said with a smile, "can you tell me where the Eye of the Dragon Lock array is?" Guangquan's expression changed and he shouted in anger, "Kill!" The heaven observation mirror in her hand shone again, but what shot out from it was not mirror light, but rays of sharp light that fell like rain. The dragon breath in the other 4 also burst out as they roared and rushed forward. Yunxiao took out the divine realm tablet and released the evil spirit and the guests, then said, "Leave all of them alive, Lord Guangquan." Guangquan's body trembled and he said in shock. An evil smile appeared on the evil spirit's face. With a strange smile, it grabbed its battle axe and slashed it in all directions. Boom! As soon as the 2 9-star martial emperors made their move, the joint force of the 5 men collapsed in an instant, and they were dragged into the divine realm tablet by Yunxiao one by one. "We can have a good chat now." Yunxiao suddenly appeared in front of the 5 men and looked at them with a smile. Guangquan looked around in shock. She could feel that this place was definitely not a rainy place. She said angrily, "Hurry up and let us out, or Lord Dragonhead and the others will not let you off." "If I let you out, will the Dragonhead let me go?" Yunxiao laughed. "I'll be fine." Guangquan was stunned and became silent. Clearly, he could not. "Ha ha!" Yunxiao laughed. "It's the same result, isn't it? Then why should I let you out? Tell me, how do I break this dragon lock spell?" "Just kill me," Guangquan said firmly. "It's up to me," Yunxiao sneered. "Whether you live or die is up to me." His eyes turned into a blood moon and the power of his eye sorcery gushed out madly, instantly stunning Guangquan. "Tell me, how do I break this dragon lock spell?" Guangquan's face was blank. "I must find the dragon's shaking hammer." The 4 dragon guards were all shocked and wanted to rush forward, but they were suppressed by a force. They couldn't even speak, and could only angrily glare at him. "How can we find the dragon-shaking hammer?" Yunxiao asked with a frown. "How can we find it?" Guang Yan said, "The Dragon Lock Formation has no beginning or end, covers the entire land of rain. Only the Heaven Observation Mirror knows where the dragon-shaking mallet has gone to." "I see." Yunxiao stretched out his hand and grabbed the heaven-observing mirror in Guang Quan's hand, then disappeared into the Divine Realm tablet. Guang Quan immediately regained his senses and his face turned pale. Yunxiao poured his divine sense into the Heaven Observation Mirror and began to analyze the profound-level weapon. He was surprised. The structure of the Heaven Observation Mirror was not complicated, and it was very simple to refine. However, after layers of transformation by the embedded formation, it had the effect of peeking at the truth. I wonder if this mirror's ability is related to the Eye of Truth of the Bow family of the 4 Seas? This thought suddenly appeared in his mind, but it was only a flash. He instantly wiped away the imprint that Guang Quan had left behind and took out the Heaven Observation Mirror. A ray of light shot out from the mirror and into the sky. The moment the light came into contact with the formation, it began to spread in all directions. The entire formation map began to appear in the sky. Countless large and small circles interlocked with each other, forming a huge formation. Moreover, it evolved on its own and grew endlessly. Yunxiao's eyes fixed on the man. Finally, he detected an abnormality in a certain part of the formation. A dragon-shaped object was shuttling back and forth within it, occasionally appearing and disappearing. "It's a formation core that can move on its own." Taken aback, Yunxiao teleported and rushed forward, transforming into a thunderbolt as he merged his body into the array and reached out to grab the dragon-shaped thing. The little dragon was immediately alarmed. With a whoosh, it shuttled back and forth, disappearing before his eyes. "Humph!" With a sneer, Yunxiao teleported inside the array and caught up with the figure in the blink of an eye. The hand of lightning expanded to several feet in size in the air and grabbed at the figure. The little dragon's tail continued to swing as it tried to escape again, but an extremely strong mental energy turned into a mountain and suppressed the space. The giant hand then fell and grabbed it. Yunxiao's face flickered as he felt a vast power spreading in his palm, about to break out of his body. He took out the mirror of great sorrow with his left hand and shone its mirror light at the giant hand. The mirror light sealed the sky and the earth, and only then did it manage to absorb the vast dragon power. "Humph!" Yunxiao snorted coldly again as he opened the immemorial heavenly eye between his brows. The Divine Realm tablet flew out and took the little dragon into it. He sensed that the little dragon was suppressed by the infinite rules in the Divine Realm tablet. As expected, it turned into a hammer and was pressed into the ground, unable to move. Yunxiao was overjoyed. He put away the Divine Realm tablet and was about to leave. All of a sudden, the entire heaven and earth turned gloomy. The boundless dragon lock spell lost its formation eye and began to become extremely unstable. The green light was like a wave, pushing away in the air. Yunxiao was taken aback. The eye of the array had disappeared, and the entire array seemed to be on the verge of collapse. If such an astonishingly large formation were to collapse, the consequences would be unimaginable. He teleported out of the array space and thought about his next step. Suddenly, the power of dragon's breath slowly rose from the ground, and a series of deep dragon roars resounded across the entire land. Faintly, they seemed to come from ancient times. Yunxiao was taken aback and looked around in horror. The power of the dragon breath and the dull dragon roar came from the hills, as if the entire dragon graveyard in the rain was in an uproar. "What's going on?" Yunxiao was shocked. The countless cries, some deep and some shallow, some far and some near, and the earth trembling were as if the owners of these tombs were coming back to life. What's going on? Could it be that the purpose of the dragon lock spell is to suppress the endless dragon tomb? Yunxiao was dumbfounded as he felt the endless and increasingly stronger auras. Suddenly, the restless dragon breath quieted down. It was as if a noisy classroom had suddenly quieted down after a teacher's shout. Just as Xianxia was puzzled, he suddenly felt a heart-palpitating aura coming from afar. Two boundless sword essences shot through the air, as if they were piercing through heaven and earth. Like the blazing sun, they illuminated the boundless land of rain. The tens of thousands of dragon tombs that were in an uproar just now quieted down one by one under this sword light. They did not dare to make any sound. Yunxiao's face turned pale. The two beams of sword qi were so strong that they even penetrated his divine body, freezing his blood and making him extremely cold. He gritted his teeth and turned into a bolt of lightning, flying toward the source of the sword qi. In the sky above the dragon-gathering island, Yu and the dragon head faced each other. The two swords shone brightly as they transformed into a world. Yu's face was pale. Under the radiance of the world of swords, everything became blurry and illusory. It was as if only he and the dragon head were left in the entire world, looking at each other. The dragon head's eyes were filled with coldness as it snorted. "With one sword, you will die without a doubt. I have the body of the 9 secrets, the strongest dragon body in the world. You should be the one to die." Yu gritted his teeth. "The so-called 9 secret dragon body is just a joke." The dragon head sneered. "How much power can you display from this Shumi selfless sword? And this no-beginning calamity sword has the entire dragon-gathering island as its source of power. If that's the case, what are you waiting for?" Yu said coldly. "Why aren't you drawing your sword to kill me?" The dragon head's pupils contracted, and his face darkened. In fact, both of them were very clear that under these two world swords, it was very likely that both of them would die. No one dared to use their swords easily, and just let the two swords shine and evolve the world. Suddenly, the dragon head's expression changed, as if it had sensed something. It said in anger, "The dragon lock spell, dragon shaking hammer. Your companion actually dared to have designs on the dragon shaking mallet." Yu frowned. He also felt that the vast formation power between heaven and earth had become extremely unstable. The heaven and earth that could continuously replenish the dragon power had lost its effect. He knew that it must have been Yunxiao who had gotten the dragon shaking hammer, so he looked indifferent and expressionless. "Damn it!" The dragon head's eyes lit up and he said coldly, "If the dragon lock spell is broken, all of you will be buried with me." He roared in anger and struck out with his hands. The boundless calamity sword in front of him was pulled out from the ground and slowly rose into the air. The power of the entire dragon-gathering island's formation poured into the sword, and the infinite sword power began to crush it. Yu's expression became extremely alert. His transparent glass body turned into a half-dragon form, and he held the Shumi-anthing sword with both hands, carefully controlling the power. The glass world was crystal clear and as solid as metal. It was on par with the sword qi gathered by the barrier of Dragon-Gathering Island. The two of them had extremely grave expressions, clearly not wanting to take this sword head-on. After a brief moment of rage, the dragon head gradually calmed down. If the sword was used, even if the two of them did not die, they would be severely injured. Now that the dragon lock spell was destroyed, the power to repair the dragon's body disappeared. The injuries suffered by the world sword were no longer a matter of how long it would take to recover, but whether it could be recovered. Once he was crippled, would the remaining 10 dragon guards be able to stop the remaining intruders? Now that the dragon lock spell had been destroyed, it would be difficult to protect the land of no beginning. Once these people entered, what would happen if they blasphemed the first dragon ancestor? A series of headache-inducing questions flashed through the dragon head's mind, causing his body to tremble slightly. He hesitated to slash out with his sword. As the two swords clashed, the 10 dragon guards felt their bodies turn cold as they looked at the world within the sword in fear. The 5 dragon guards who had been guarding the Xianxia absolute killing formation had also arrived. However, the auras of the two of them had been too terrifying. They had the will but not the strength. With their current strength, they could not set foot on Dragon-Gathering Island. Yu also did not want to risk his life. Once the sword was slashed out, unless he had the 9 secret body and turned into a true dragon, he would definitely be in danger. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, how could the 10 9-star martial sovereigns who were eyeing him covetously outside the Dragon Gathering Island let him go? Since Lord Dragon Head doesn't want to fight to the death, why don't we all put away our swords and have a good talk? Che Yu was the first to speak. The Dragon Head's expression was extremely cold. He changed the seal in his hands and the sword immediately descended slowly, stabbing back into the ground with a clang. Che Yu also made a hand seal, and the glass world slowly disappeared. The Shumi Ant's sword turned into a ray of light and flew into his forehead, forming a sword-like pattern. His body had also recovered from its transparent state, turning back into an ordinary body and standing in the air. The dragon head snorted coldly and struck out another seal. The aura on the entire Dragon Gathering Island gradually dissipated, and the clear sky was restored. However, with the disappearance of the sword chi, the uneasy chis in the Dragon Necropolis began to stir once more, causing him and the dragon guards to become extremely cold. Hand over the dragon shaking hammer and immediately leave the Rainland. This is the lowest I can accept. Letting the intruder leave was already the greatest humiliation for the dragon guards. But the Shumi Anata sword in Che Yu's hand showed that he had the right to come and go as he pleased. They had to swallow this humiliation. I don't know much about the dragon shaking hammer. I can leave, but I have to enter the land of no beginning, Che Yu replied. How dare you blaspheme the resting place of our ancestors? The dragon head shouted angrily. If you want to enter the land of no beginning, you must step over our corpses. The conversation between the two suddenly became stiff, and the atmosphere became extremely heavy again. With the disappearance of the sword chi, the myriad waterfall that had gathered from an unknown place poured down again. The Dragon Gathering Island was covered in white, and the waterfall surged to the endless sky. What? Suddenly, Che Yu's brows twitched as he looked up into the sky. The waterfall did not pour down, but instead, it was flowing into a certain spot in the sky. The entire sky seemed to have caved in like an abyss, and all the water was flowing into the abyss. Not even the 10 dragon guards had ever seen such a sight before, and they were all dumbfounded. Sky abyss? Why is there an abyss in the sky? Everyone was stunned. Only the dragon head's face twisted, exuding boundless coldness and anger. Che Yu looked on in a daze for a while. He suddenly came to a realization and said happily, "The end of the sky!" The place where all the water converged was the end of the sky. This abyss is the land of no beginning. His cry of alarm immediately caused the dragon guards to understand. The dragon head's face darkened. He knew that there was no way to ease the situation today. He changed his hand seal and grabbed the no beginning calamity sword in front of him. Che Yu was also shocked and became alert. The sword radiance flashed between his brows and the Shumi Andot sword was swimming inside, ready to break out at any moment. Suddenly, one of the dragon guards cried out in alarm. "Who is it? Someone has entered the end of the sky." Everyone was shocked and looked up, only to see a bolt of lightning rush into the abyss with the gathering of water. Che Yu was taken aback, but he immediately recognized that the figure was Yunxiao. Without saying a word, he performed an incantation gesture and transformed into a dragon, rushing toward the abyss. "Damn it! Chase!" The dragon head roared in anger. With the sword in its hand, it turned into an azure dragon and chased after him with a roar. After a brief daze, the other 10 dragon guards also trembled and furiously gave chase. For countless years, the guards had never had their dragon-shaking mallet taken away like today, and it had even invaded the most sacred place in the Rainland. A great sense of shame welled up in the hearts of all the dragon guards, and they instantly resolved to die. They had to kill each other. After Yunxiao flew into the heavenly abyss, he was surrounded by the sound of water and an endless dark space. It was like the starry sky outside, but it was darker than the starry sky without any light. He quickly sensed that a dozen powerful auras were chasing after him. He laughed bitterly and increased his speed. However, as he went deeper, he was secretly happy. The deeper one's spiritual sense went, the greater the obstruction. Even with his spiritual sense, He could only extend it to a radius of 100 meters, and this range was still shrinking. In this way, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for those people behind him to catch him. He unconsciously slowed down and began to carefully hide his figure. After all, this place was too mysterious. It would be a miracle if he were to die in a moment of carelessness. Humph! You think you can fish in troubled waters? Suddenly, the dragon head's cold voice sounded in his ear. Xianxia was taken aback. He looked around in horror, only to see a man slowly walking over with a sword in his hand, his aura locking onto him. You! How could you lock onto me so accurately? Xianxia's heart trembled, and a great confusion emerged in his mind. A faint azure light flashed through the air. It was the sharp and cold gaze of the dragon head. The dragon head raised its sword and slashed down. A boundless aura of destruction welled up in Xianxia's heart, and he felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. In the face of such a great crisis, he was like an ant, unable to resist at all. At the moment of life and death, under the light of the no-beginning calamitous tribulation sword, Qianyu's face appeared. A sword light shot out from between his eyebrows. A glass light streaked across the sky and broke the sword power of his opponent. A vast power surged up and spread in front of the two of them, illuminating the entire darkness in an instant. The dragon head was shocked and furious. This was the no-beginning space, the resting place of the ancestors. If they really started fighting, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xianxia, who had just saved his life from the gates of hell, said, "Many thanks." He looked at the center of Qianyu's brows in shock, and a terrifying aura flickered within. Looking closer, he realized that it was a sword-shaped aura. He was very suspicious. After being with the demonic dragon for so long, he was sure that he didn't have this sword before. He didn't know where he had obtained it in such a short time, but it was as terrifying as the sword in the dragon's hand. Humph! Qianyu snorted coldly. His face was covered in frost. No one knew what he was thinking. Just as the sword light illuminated the darkness and brought endless light, an aura quietly emerged, and everyone's hearts trembled. There seemed to be a pair of eyes as deep as the starry sky above the sword light, staring at everyone. Everyone looked up, but there was nothing. However, the feeling of being watched was like a shadow, and it was definitely not an illusion. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find any traces. Qianyu looked at Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "What is this feeling?" Yunxiao's divine sense was the most powerful, so he could sense it more clearly, and his face was extremely pale. His moon-like pupils appeared. No matter how he looked, he couldn't see anything. The entire space was dark except for the radiance of the two swords. Even you can't see through it? Qianyu was shocked. The dragon head and the dragon guards were also terrified. Although this power was invisible, it made them tremble with fear. This was a fear that came from the depths of their souls. "I'll try again." Yunxiao's expression changed. "I'll try again." His hand flashed and the heaven observation mirror appeared. He threw it out. The mirror light swept across the void and cut through the darkness. It spread above the sword radiance like a water curtain. Under the light of the mirror, a huge dragon head appeared. It had a peaceful expression, as if it was sleeping. The ethereal aura was coming from this dragon. The moment everyone saw the dragon head, they felt as if they were electrocuted and struck by lightning. "Lord First Dragon Ancestor!" The dragon head roared in shock. The 10 dragon guards all trembled. The fear that came from the depths of their souls made them drop to their knees in the air, prostrating themselves in the darkness and trembling, not daring to raise their heads. Qianyu was also shocked and he could not calm down. Only the Shumi Anata in his hand gave off a transparent light that could give him some warmth. All of them were 9-star martial sovereigns who stood at the peak of the continent. However, they were all shocked and retreated with just a glance. There was only one explanation for the existence in the mirror. It was the ancestor of the Eastern Sea Dragon tribe, the Swan Ni Dragon. Yunxiao trembled violently as well, and he retreated in the darkness. The dragon was in a deep sleep. Just looking at that peaceful expression made him shiver. He couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Is he alive? The head of the Xuanji dragon son, is Lord Shilong really alive? Che Yu was also bewildered and extremely fearful. Yun Xiao swallowed with difficulty. There was no true spirit under the sky, and all the experts of the 10 divine realms had disappeared without a trace. How could there be a living true spirit? His heart was filled with boundless courage, and his eyes instantly turned into blood moons. He stared at the dragon body in the heaven observation mirror, wanting to see the truth. Suddenly, his entire body trembled. The dragon's whiskers on the giant dragon seemed to tremble slightly. Are they moving? Yun Xiao stammered in horror and cried out in horror. Che Yu also seemed to have sensed it. He also took in a deep breath of cold air and retreated. He held the Shumi Enata sword in his hand and was extremely vigilant. The dragon's head was also extremely shocked. It stood in the darkness, and its face could not be seen clearly. The 10 dragon guards didn't even dare to raise their heads, all of them trembling on the ground. Yun Xiao did not dare to breathe as he said in a deep voice, "Did you really move just now?" The entire abyss was deathly silent, and no one could answer him. Just as he swallowed his saliva and was about to ask again, his pupils suddenly contracted. Then, his moon-like pupils suddenly opened to the extreme, and his eyeballs almost fell out. The dragon head that was illuminated by the heaven observation mirror slowly opened its eyes. Yun Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. What a pair of eyes! Under the gaze of the dragon's eyes, the entire head was about to explode. At the moment of crisis, the power of the moon pupil was instantly exerted to the extreme. The 10 directions divine skill appeared, and everything it saw disappeared. The gaze of the huge dragon's eye slowly disappeared under the effect of the lunar pupil divine skill. Only then did Yun Xiao's head gradually calm down, but blood was already oozing out of all 7 holes. With just a single glance, he had injured the sea of consciousness of a top expert with eye techniques. Yun Xiao's face was extremely pale, and before he could catch his breath, he heard Che Yu's roar, "Be careful!" Bang! The heaven observation mirror shattered. The moment the mirror shattered, Yun Xiao saw the dragon slowly open its mouth, and an ancient sound rang out. Yun Xiao was completely dumbfounded. Feng Zhe's dragon roar cast by the ancient true spirit, the first dragon? Boom! The power of his eye technique completely vanished under the dragon roar, and he was completely stunned. The imperishable golden body automatically protected his body. A bright moon appeared behind him, and a strange phenomenon appeared. However, in just a moment, they were all shattered by the roar, and their bodies continued to collapse. The divine realm tablet flew out from between his eyebrows and transformed into a world. It wanted to resist the dragon's roar, but it was blasted back in half a breath. Yun Xiao collapsed in an instant. Just as he was about to fall, a figure came from the sky and blocked his way. Shumi Anata, World Sword. At the critical moment, Che Yu transformed into a glass giant and stepped in front of Yun Xiao. He waved his divine sword, and the transparent glass light turned into a world that spread out in the darkness to resist the dragon roar. Bang, 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 bang. The world sword's vast power kept making sounds of collapse, and even the Shumi Andot sword couldn't block the dragon roar. Che Yu's body also collapsed. At the same time, the space where the 2 of them were was also shattered. The power of the sound waves continued and hit the 2 of them, shaking them into the endless void. After the 2 of them disappeared into the sky abyss, the dragon's roar finally stopped. Without the heaven observation mirror, no one could see Shilong's appearance. They were all terrified, and even though the dragon breath had disappeared for a long time, the dragon guards were still trembling on the ground. The dragon head's face was also pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His eyes flickered with a sharp light, and no one knew what he was thinking. After Yun Xiao and Che Yu were thrown into the endless void, both of them were seriously injured, and their bodies and consciousness were gradually dissipating. A golden light shot out of Yun Xiao's forehead. It was Noah's ship. Yifan formed a hand seal and dragged the 2 of them in. They lay on the warship, fresh blood flowing out of their bodies. He hesitated for a moment before taking out 2 pills and stuffing them into their mouths. He then sat cross-legged in the air and let Noah's ship float in the void on its own. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia suddenly sat up on the warship and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he performed an incantation gesture with both hands and began to regulate his breathing. Yifan opened his eyes in surprise, but he did not dare to disturb Xianxia and said a word. He then looked at Yu with a strange expression. Yu's entire body had turned into a transparent color, and a sword radiance was spinning on his forehead as if it was repairing his body. Because the light was too clear, Yifan could not see Yu's injuries. However, since there was such a surging power circulating, it should be fine. In particular, after Xianxia exercised his cultivation technique to heal his injuries, he immediately felt relieved and began to meditate with peace of mind. Golden light kept emerging from Xianxia's body, and moonlight emerged behind him, but they could not form a bright moon. Under the dragon-roaring square, the divine body phenomenon was completely shattered, causing his physical body to suffer extremely serious injuries. However, it was a blessing in disguise because the indestructible golden body had absorbed a lot of the first dragon's breath. This little bit of dragon breath was absorbed to repair his body and carried out a great transformation to his body. At this moment, Xianxia's body was crackling like fried beans, and all his aperture acupoints and barriers were broken and reborn. Yifan looked at Xianxia's transformation in horror. From his body, an aura as strong as a dragon and a tiger came out, as if it was the aura of a powerful man from ancient times. Came out of his body from time to time, shocking him. The same feeling also appeared on Yu. The power of the dragon breath coming from the transparent glass was no weaker than Xianxia's. Won't these 2 swan and I absorb Shilong's dragon breath and turn it into their own? Yifan's eyes revealed extreme shock. His eyes became blurry and white, as if he was in a daze. Then, a few strange symbols appeared between his eyebrows. Upon closer inspection, they were actually 5 ancient Maha characters that flashed on his forehead. Yifan's eyes became sharp. His entire aura changed. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Xianxia and Yu with a thoughtful expression. Then, he took a step forward, and with a flash of golden light in his hand, he patted several parts of Xianxia's body. Xianxia coughed up another mouthful of blood. He felt a vast force pouring into his body, constantly washing his meridians and bones. All the places that he had been struggling to break through before were now broken, and the power was surging wildly in his body. Yifan, you're so weak. He opened his eyes and looked at Yifan in shock. At this moment, Yifan had returned to his previous state, and he also looked horrified. When he saw that his hand was still on Xianxia's body, he hurriedly stepped back in shock. Yifan did not know what to do, he said awkwardly. I just ran. You've broken through all the barriers in my body with just a few moves, Xianxia said. You've allowed Shilong's dragon breath to completely merge into my body. Ah! Yifan was shocked. He had a confused expression. It seems that the divine sense I left in your body is still there, Xianxia sighed. It's not like I can't find it. Ancestor? Yifan was shocked. You mean Ancestor's divine sense? Xianxia nodded. I've been wondering why you can control Noah's ship so skillfully, he said. I've always been surprised. I thought it was your Yi family's secret technique, but it seems it has something to do with this divine sense. Yifan said, No wonder there are so many weird things appearing in my head. Strange things? What? Xianxia was taken aback. Let's not talk about this for now. I'll improve my cultivation base first. His eyes lit up, and the aura in his body began to rush up in his peak state. Yifan only felt a strong Emperor Qi rushing towards him. He quickly retreated in shock. The Emperor aura turned into a nebula vortex around Xianxia, and the laws of heaven and earth appeared on Noah's ship and began to gather around him. After the 9 heavens realm, every breakthrough must be fully prepared, including the supply of various primordial cores and materials, as well as an extremely safe environment for the breakthrough. But for Xianxia, it was like eating a meal, especially since his strength had already broken through this level. As soon as he reached the realm, he immediately broke through and rose to the realm of a 5 stars martial emperor. However, he didn't immediately come out of his state of breakthrough after the breakthrough. Instead, he gathered the descending laws and continued to slowly comprehend and cultivate. Yifan opened his eyes wide and observed the entire process. In Yinanshan's notes, it was recorded that one could control the rules as he wished during the breakthrough. Unless there was a great opportunity, one could completely enter a state of anatta at that moment. In this way, one could become one with the world and the rules would not dissipate. However, it was a rare situation. Yinantian had suggested another possibility, which was that when the cultivator was much stronger than the cultivator, he could control the rules as he wished. But, apart from Yunxiao, who was in a special state, how many people in the realm of 9 heavens could reach a strength that far exceeded their own realm? At this moment, Yunxiao had stabilized his cultivation base at the 5 stars Martial Emperor realm, but the rules still did not dissipate, allowing him to use them freely as he continued to consolidate his cultivation base. After a long time, Yunxiao came out of his cultivation. With a wave of his hand, the countless laws dissipated. The surging Emperor Qi circled around his body and all of it was retracted back into his body. His Qi activity was restrained, and he was like a mortal. Congratulations. Yifan was overjoyed and said, Big brother Yunxiao, congratulations. Yunxiao chuckled. For him, this was not a happy event. As long as he accumulated enough, he would naturally make a breakthrough. But no matter what, he was one step closer to the peak of martial arts. Yu was still in the transparent light at the moment, and Yunxiao could not help but be curious. He cast an eye technique and looked into it. Suddenly, a glass-like light flashed above him and interrupted his eye bloodline technique. Yu opened his eyes and rose to his feet. He stared at Yunxiao coldly and said, What do you want to do? Yunxiao's face darkened. So, you've recovered a long time ago. You're lying on the ground and playing dead, he said. Humph. Yu snorted coldly. He closed his eyes and did not speak. Yunxiao smiled wryly. Now, Yu's temperament had changed greatly, and it was all his fault for not considering everything when he refined the dragon body. However, at least after being cleansed by the nameless mind-clearing incantation, he could be considered normal. Yifan, can we leave this place now? The closest coordinate to this void space is the main hall of the palace. Yifan said, Even the coordinates of Eastern Sea Palace appear and disappear from time to time. I can't sense it clearly. But as long as I find the right time, it doesn't stop the battleship from breaking through. Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, Then you'll try your best to find an opportunity to leave this place as soon as possible. If we lose contact with the only coordinates, we'll be in deep trouble. Yu opened his eyes and walked to the deck. The sword shadow on his forehead appeared in his hand and he slashed down. Swish! A burning sound came from the void, and the darkness was split open. A vortex surged inside, and a terrifying power flowed within. What are you doing, old dragon? Yunxiao asked in surprise. Without saying anything, Yu stepped out and walked towards the black whirlpool. You're crazy. What? Yunxiao was shocked. This is the primeval universe. You'll die in there if you're not careful. Yu turned around and said, Ancient true dragons can travel through the universe. Although my body is not the 9 secret dragon body, it is still the strongest dragon body in the world. It is too easy to leave this place. After he finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment and immediately realized that there was something wrong with his words. The ancient true spirit, the first dragon, was still alive. That was probably the most powerful dragon body. Isn't it safer to leave after we leave this place? Yunxiao asked. No need, Yu said. Yunxiao knew that he could not keep her, so he said with a wry smile, Where are you going? Yu snorted and said, Humph! It's all because of you. There are too many problems with this body. I'm going to look for the opportunity to advance to the true dragon body. Such an opportunity is hard to come by, Yunxiao said. How can you find it? I already have a plan in mind. You don't need to worry about it. Just think about your own matters, Yu said. He stopped, looked back and said, Goodbye. He took a step forward, and his figure slowly disappeared into the endless darkness. Xiao stayed on the warship with an indescribable feeling in his heart. The two reincarnations had met, and in this life his two souls had fused. They had lived and died together for so long, so it was inevitable that he would feel a little emotional now that they were separated. All good things must come to an end. Take care. Xiao looked at the darkness that was gradually merging and sighed. The next moment, he appeared directly in the Divine Realm tablet. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand and summoned Yang Yuanshu and the other guests. As soon as they saw each other, they had different expressions. Yang Yuanshu looked frightened. As a great alchemist, he had already guessed where he was. Your Excellency, we have no grudges between us. Please spare my life. As soon as he saw Xiao, he hurriedly begged for mercy. What's the purpose of setting up a seal in his body? Xiao pointed at the guests and asked. Yang Yuanshu's expression changed slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing through his eyes. He hurriedly said, My status is low. I don't know about this. The eyes of the officials were filled with coldness, and killing intent emerged from their bodies. It's true, I really don't know. My lords, please let me go. Yang Yuanshu said in fear. Xiao's mind flickered, and Gu Yueshing appeared in front of him, looking stunned. Then, he hurriedly saluted Xiao and said, Why did Lord Cloud Sky call me over? Do you know this man? Xiao asked. When Gu Yueshing and Yang Yuanshu saw each other, they were both shocked and immediately called out each other's names. Yang Yuanshu's expression flickered as he coldly said, So it's junior brother Yueshing. My master, and I thought you were dead. Gu Yueshing's face was as cold as ice. He said coldly, Even if I die, would master care? The secret arts and techniques he taught me were just to make me walk towards death, step by step. Shut up, Yang Yuanshu coldly shouted. Master taught you a supreme art, but you don't know how to be grateful. Instead, you criticize me. You're worse than an animal. Gu Yueshing ignored him and said to Xiao, Lord Cloud Sky, this person is one of Qiu Mujia's most trusted disciples. Qiu Mujia has over 20 disciples, but most of them are like me, half disciples and half test subjects. Only Yang Yuanshu and another person are the true disciples that Qiu Mujia intends to pass down his mantle to. Haha! What a joke! Yang Yuanshu's face was ashen as he angrily cursed. You're the one who's slow-witted and doesn't want to make progress. You didn't learn anything and now you're blaming Master. Xiao sneered. Oh, so you've learned a lot? I'll search your soul and see what Qiu Mujia taught you. With a cold smile on his face, he raised his hand and was about to grab it. Yang Yuanshu trembled in fear as he angrily retorted. How dare you search the soul of a great alchemist? Aren't you afraid that my soul power will bite back at you and you will die together with me? Ha! Ha ha! Soul power backfired on me, and we're going to die together? You really think you're something? Xiao sneered. You really think you're something? He struck out with his palm, and a huge handprint suddenly condensed in the air, slamming down. Bang! Yang Yuanshu couldn't avoid it at all in the Divine Realm tablet. He spat out a mouthful of blood from the shock, but his body seemed to be nailed in the air, unable to move at all. The huge force kept tearing his body apart, and he kept screaming and begging for mercy in pain. Xiao's pupils constricted as he performed an incantation gesture with both hands, then opened his mouth and uttered a musical note. Swish! The entire sky trembled as the musical note swept out like a storm and crashed into Yang Yuanshu. It directly shattered his eardrums, rushed into his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, and destroyed his will. Gu Yueshing was terrified. Although the note was not directed at him, he could sense the boundless destructive will in it, which even a 9th-tier alchemist could not resist. The syllable was in the dragon language. Because the body structure of a human was very different from that of a dragon, only a dragon could speak in the dragon language. But Xiao had imitated the dragon language with the power of a seal. Moreover, the dragon language was not the key. The most important thing was the power of the first dragon's breath in his body. This was the true power that could destroy Yang Yuanshu's spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes. After uttering that one word, Yang Yuanshu immediately bled from all 7 holes, and his vitality gradually faded. His eyes were ice-cold, without the slightest bit of pity. A powerful spiritual sense shot out from his eyes and madly surged into Yang Yuanshu's spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, thoroughly examining his soul. Yang Yuanshu's face instantly contorted from a dazed expression, and he let out a muffled ah sound from his mouth, appearing to be in extreme pain. Yunxiao's divine sense seized the other party's memory unscrupulously. Soon, his brows furrowed, and his expression grew more and more solemn. After the dragon's roar destroyed the other party's will, he did not encounter any resistance throughout the entire process, and soon, all of Yang Yuanshu's memories were extracted. He immediately withdrew his spiritual sense, and Yang Yuanshu's face turned completely lifeless as he gradually died. Then, it exploded with a bang and turned into dust. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with shock and joy, as well as a sharp killing intent. Outside of Red Moon City, on top of Purple Cloud Peak, the scene also entered his mind. Qiue actually left with Tianxi Zhenjin. Yunxiao's eyes were filled with shock. An unintentional soul search had actually given him the thing he wanted to know the most. Although he was shocked, at least Ningyu was fine. The big thing that had been hanging in his heart for a long time was finally settled. His expression was extremely gloomy and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Qiu Mujie, I didn't think much of the people from the Sea of Soul Formation trying to kill you back then. Now, it seems that you deserve to die. Gu Yuexing stood aside carefully and watched nervously. He did not dare to make a sound. With a wave of his hand, Yunxiao teleported him away, then made a grabbing motion in the air, and a club appeared in his hand. The mallet continuously transformed into the shape of a dragon and began to tremble restlessly. It wanted to break through his palm and escape, but it was being locked tighter and tighter by the enormous force. Yunxiao clenched his fingers and crushed its resistance, turning it into a hammer and no longer moving. He carefully examined the hammer. It was neither gold nor jade, and he didn't know what it was made of. It emitted an extremely strong dragon breath. A dragon's secret treasure? Yunxiao could not help but frown. The hammer looked like a dragon bone, but the aura contained in it was much stronger than that of an ordinary dragon's secret. Since this item can suppress the power of the dragon race, I wonder if I can use it against Guangxian? He played with the dragon-shaking hammer in his hand for a while and felt that it didn't mean much to him. Then, he left the Divine Realm tablet in a flash and returned to the warship. Right now, the warship was golden in color. Yifan was continuously bombarding the tunnel, using the spatial coordinates he sensed to establish a connection, using the warship to bombard a path. Boom, boom, boom. A rumbling sound came from the endless darkness, and it continued to shake into the endless distance. A dark tunnel appeared in front of Noah's ship. Yifan's expression was serious. His hand seals changed and the entire ship entered it, traveling through the complicated and strange space. In the next moment, it finally broke through the darkness and entered the light. Boom! A tremendous energy wave was blasted away from the battleship, and endless water-splashing sounds could be heard from all directions. Countless bubbles rose up. As expected, he had returned to the bottom of the East China Sea. Yunxiao looked over and saw a large group of sea people gathering around him. They were the guards of the palace. Young Master Yunxiao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Guang Shun's familiar voice rang out, followed by a smile. I thought Mr. Yunxiao had abandoned us. Of course not, Yunxiao said with a smile. I was very happy during my trip to the East Sea. If I'm leaving, I'll definitely say hello to you all. Hee hee, it's good that you're happy. My father's and this one's hospitality was not in vain. Please. Guang Shun opened up a path, his face full of smiles. Yunxiao, on the other hand, smiled wryly. When he was about to move forward, he suddenly sensed an extremely unfriendly aura. In the sea in front of him, a figure kept flashing and appeared. When he was a few feet away from him, his feet stopped. The sea water that was being squeezed surged over like an iron plate. The sea race guards in all directions were forced to retreat, revealing a look of shock. What? Xiao raised his head, turned his palm into a blade, and slashed it forward, splitting the waves and pushing them to both sides. Which green onion is this? Humph! You're indeed arrogant. The man snorted heavily, and a chill spread in the air. The seawater around him froze under this chill. Guangshan's expression changed. Big brother, you've come out of seclusion. He was bewildered, and fear appeared in his eyes. This man is my father's guest. What do you want to do, big brother? Honored guest? You're just a chess piece. Do you think I don't know? Crown Prince Guangzheng's face was filled with disdain. Guangshan's eyes flickered with a hint of joy. Young Master Xiao was sent by father to the Rainland to handle some matters. Now that he has returned from his mission, he should be treated as a distinguished guest. Humph! It's raining. Guangzheng's face twitched as if he had been triggered. Killing intent surged from his body as he said coldly, What right does a lowly person like him have to enter the Rainland? Among the 10-odd crown princes, other than Guanglu, no one stopped him. What qualifications do you have to be crown princes? Guangshan's eyes flashed and he said coldly, This matter will be decided by royal father. Big brother's words are clearly questioning royal father's words. This is really disgraceful. Guangzheng's lips curled into a cold smile. Brother Guangshuan, you don't need to use father to pressure me. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. It's just that an existence like you is just an ant in my eyes. As long as I want to, I can crush you to death at any time. Guangzheng, this is too much. Guangshan was furious. Just as he was about to flare up, a roaring dragon's breath came from the other party's body. Before he could move, he felt a mountain pressing down on him, and his organs felt like they were being squeezed together. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Guangshan retreated a few steps, his face filled with fear as he cried out, You've entered the 9-star realm. Ha ha ha. Now you know that I wasn't lying? Ha ha ha. Guangzheng laughed wildly and said smugly, In the entire 4 seas, there's no one else who can become a 9-stars martial sovereign at my age other than that traitor, Guang Yuan. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, I advise you to dispel your thoughts as soon as possible and be content with being a piece of trash. Otherwise, you'll really turn into a piece of trash. Guangshan's face was ashen white, and he was extremely terrified. Among the few crown princes, Guangzheng was the first to become a 9-stars martial sovereign, and he had already left all of them far behind. The gap between their realms was the greatest distance on the road to the throne. Under the pressure of Guangzheng's aura, the guards all retreated tens of meters away, not daring to come forward. If they were to provoke him, they would die in vain. Guangshan's eyes were filled with hatred as he roared in his heart. Kill Xiao. As long as you kill Xiao, let's see how my father will deal with you. You're the lowly human who defeated my brother and was sent to the Rainland by father to carry out a mission? Other than the word lowly, the others seem to be referring to me. Humph, being lowly is inborn. You have to submit even if you don't want to. Oh, yes, Xiao answered casually, as if he were looking at an idiot. Die. Guangzheng was infuriated by Chu Li's appearance. He immediately closed in and punched the sea. The wind from his punch was like a dragon rolling and roaring in the sea. Although Xiao looked casual, he was already on high alert. The other party was a genuine 9-stars martial sovereign, and he was by no means able to fight him head-on. The cold sword, ice and frost, struck out in an instant, slashing the sky. A sharp sword chi suddenly pierced out, and under the extremely strong sword intent, it tore the fist wind apart. The ocean immediately churned up huge waves, forming 2 violent whirlpools on both sides of the sword, stirring up wind and waves. No wonder Guanglu was not your match. Humph, you're talking as if you can beat me. With a sneer, Xiao transformed into his 3-headed and 6-armed form, and the dragon-shaking hammer appeared in one of his arms. Soon after, his 2 arms began to make hand seals, one after another, flying into the dragon-shaking hammer. A terrifying dragon breath spread out of the hammer as Xianxiao's seal simulated a tiny dragon lock array that spread in the sky. Arg! My strength is so strong. Guangzhang was shocked to find that all the elemental energy in his body had been locked, and he could not use his dragon power. Not only him, even Guangshun and the guards of the sea race who had dragon bloodline all had a change in expression. Swish! Swish! Guangzhang fiercely channeled his energy and threw 2 punches at the sea. Other than his own body's immense strength that caused the sea to explode, there was no other dragon power. He looked in horror at the miniature dragon lock spell in the sky and the extremely powerful dragon power emitted from the dragon-shaking hammer. It made him feel terrified. Who did you just call lowly? Please say it again. My ears are bad and I didn't hear you clearly. With the ice sword in his hand, Yunxiao walked forward step by step. Guangxing's face turned ashen as he turned around to escape. As long as he could leave the area affected by this strange formation, he would be able to recover his strength and blow this person up. But, as soon as he moved, Yunxiao teleported in front of him and stared at him coldly. What are you doing? I'm the crown prince of Donghai. Do you dare to touch me? Guangzhang became afraid as he threatened. Guangshun, on the other hand, was in a completely different mood. He was so nervous that his hands were covered in cold sweat. Although he was also shocked by Yunxiao's means, the most important thing at the moment was to let Yunxiao kill Guangzhang directly. Young Master Yunxiao, my big brother, is a vengeful person. He remembered that there was once a member of the sea race who insulted him verbally. At that time, his big brother was still not that person's match. After returning, he mobilized an army and exterminated that person's entire race. Please forgive me, young Master Yunxiao, and let my big brother go. Guangshun took a deep breath and said slowly. Those with discerning eyes could understand that although his words seemed to be begging for mercy, they actually hid a great killing intent. Guangzhang was not an idiot, he said angrily. Guangshuan, you're so evil. Yunxiao understood what he meant even more. He sneered and said, I see. It seems that the crown prince is a smart person who knows when to yield. I'm not such an executioner. How about this? As long as you kneel down and admit your mistake, I'll spare you. You dare to humiliate me like this? Guangzhang's expression changed and he shouted in anger. Guangshun was overjoyed. Young Master Yunxiao is indeed benevolent. As expected of someone who father appreciates, he exclaimed excitedly. If Guangzhang knelt down in front of everyone, he would be doomed for the rest of his life. He would never be able to lift his head again. Yunxiao's face turned cold as he said, It seems like you don't want the chance I gave you. The ice sword in his hand stabbed forward at an extremely slow speed. However, the more it was so, the more Guangzhang could feel the fear of death. The sharp sword ray slowly cut through his skin, and the breath of death was slowly boiling him like warm water, scaring him out of his wits.